from the high desert.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest. From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am. There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be in this great land of ours and far beyond, actually. To the west, the Rock and Guam. Good morning, good afternoon on Guam. Eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, where the grass skirts are. Want to go visit there soon. South into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Top of the morning, everybody. No guest tonight. Open lines all night long.
East of the Rockies, he's doing well, too. You're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
I've been listening to you very carefully for a long time. I picked out that you seem to favor a rather Nietzschean philosophy, survival of the fittest. I think that's the same thing that the Germans...
I wouldn't say that I favor that philosophy. I would say that philosophy is true. That it is a basic truth.
You see people getting killed in gas chambers as those people were weak. I don't.
No, I don't.
That. You just said that.
I said that the weak. Yeah, that's right. That the weak get stomped on. Look at Tiananmen Square. Look at. Look anywhere you want. Look in Bosnia. Look in Bosnia, dear.
Okay.
Look anywhere you want to look where people don't have the ability to protect themselves. The lesson is true again and again and again. Can you deny it?
You say that that's...
Ma'am, stop. Before you go on, can you deny that's a truth?
I'm saying that the philosophy of survival of the fittest is the problem. And that that isn't strength to fight and kill people so that you can survive.
Fight and kill people. It's strength to protect yourself, to be armed, to be prepared to protect yourself.
But it goes too far. It goes over to the other extreme, to the other side.
I think you're at the extreme. I'm in the middle. I'm in favor of a good, strong defense. A good, strong defense prevents...
Please, you're not in favor of that. You're not really in favor of that.
Yes, damn it, don't tell me what I am and what I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm in favor of. And don't put words in my mouth. You want to call me up and tell me what you're in favor of, baby, go ahead and do it. I'll listen. But don't tell me what I'm in favor of.
I'm trying to define a problem. And the problem is a military, warlike attitudes are the problem. And it isn't just a defense. You're just using that word as a defense to make it sound acceptable.
Stop telling me what I think. You don't know what the hell I think.
what you think. I've listened to what you think.
You're a mind
I have a right
reader,
to
huh?
say something about what I think about.
Oh, you say anything you want about what you think. Don't put words in my mouth.
Don't you want to grow in knowledge and understanding of yourself?
Look, that's only your position because you think your position is right. Therefore, my position hasn't grown. I've been around long enough to see people who are unprotected get run over by tanks, gassed, stomped on, and killed in every horrible imaginable...
You said people that are weak.
That's right.
It's not weak not to try to gas and stomp on other people.
Where do you live? You live in a home? You live in an apartment?
Let me just talk about this one point.
Talk about, look, you give me any opinion you want that's your opinion. You put words in my mouth one more time, and you're out of here.
I just repeated what you said. You called it a weakness. Okay?
That's right. Yes, you're
weak. Now let me just try to say something about that kind of attitude.
Don't try to tell me that attitude translates to or is a cover for a warlike attitude.
But it is if you believe in buying weapons instead of building schools.
I didn't say I believed in buying weapons. I said I believed in a good defense. And people that buy weapons and put all their stake in building weapons, if there's no war, they will make war. Goodbye. I'm just not going to put up with that. If you want to call me and have an intelligent conversation with me, which she could have had, with regard to the difference in philosophy between defense dollars priorities, fine, we'll do that. But don't you dare call up and tell me that my being in favor of a good defense translates to I want to have a war and I want to spend all my money on weapons because you're full of crap.
Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Morning, Gar.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Mike in Glendale.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on your earlier caller who wanted to predict a major earthquake in California, Southern California.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a negative way to start out a new year. And I don't think that I'm going to make a prediction here. I don't like to make predictions.
That's cool. Everybody else does. Why not you?
But I predict that there's not going to be any major earthquakes in California. I mean, back in '92 we had a possible major ground displacement, a possible crack in the continental shelf, and I don't think that there's much more that that can be done. But I would just recommend. I think that Mother Nature's in charge, and there's not a lot you can do about it. And I've got a lot more trust in natural phenomena such as rainbows. I've got a lot more faith in rainbows than I do in conjectures, because I know a lot of people at Caltech, and they were packing their bags and getting all their survival gear, and we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff.
I believe in rainbows.
Yeah, and they were wrong. They were absolutely wrong, and it's easy to make predictions.
That's right.
But when you have to make the call, do we evacuate, do we move people, or do they stay, do we create a panic, do we do this, do we do that, and you have to be exactly right in your decision.
Yep.
It's not something that you can just, call in and then walk away from.
Well, that's right.
And I just think that I have a lot more faith in rainbows, in Mother Nature, in God, and maybe the guy might have something, but it really, it's a really bad way to start out the new year.
Well, people are always going to make those kind of predictions, and I think people take them in stride. I mean, people have been predicting California earthquakes for as long as I've been alive.
But I have learned, as far as earthquakes are concerned, that there are factually two different types of earthquakes. There are those that go up and down, and those
back and forth. That's right.
And and I think this. I don't know if we got hit by a jackhammer or what, but it's kind of. I just have a lot of faith in rainbows because, all
right, sir, I've got it. I think you need not repeat it again. I believe in rainbows, too. I've seen them. Happens a lot when it rains and the sun's out. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
I wanted to make some comments. Is this Art Bell?
Yes.
Okay, Art. And first of all, There is a very big difference between Bush and Clinton. First of all, I want to take everybody back to about 1989, 1990. First of all, we realized metaphysically and spiritually, now I need everyone to get up on a little bit higher level, that there was this unequilibrium balance in the life universe. We realized the line no longer ran through the Earth through the 12 and the 6. It has backslid. Then because of man's pollution, and I just felt like, personally, my self-defense mechanisms went off as an international spiritual visionary.
All right, fine.
That,
Sir, hold it.
What?
What are the differences between George Bush and Bill Clinton?
Well, we were going too fast. We were overlooking one of the most important things of all existence of life, that there was this crack in the earth, this unequilibrium balance.
All right. What is the difference, sir? What is the difference between the way George Bush reacted to your crack in the earth and Bill Clinton has?
Okay, well, not so much a crack in the earth, but an unequilibrium balance.
I'm using your words.
Okay, an unequilibrium balance, a line that is no longer through the 12 and the 6, but backsliding like a clock. Okay.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about,
when
sir.
we got Clinton, we got to slow down. We got to take things a little slower. Bush and all the Republicans and everybody would have just gone so fast and so forward that we would have overlooked this. Then Saddam Hussein come along and let the fires burn in Kuwait for 48 days and nights, which made the unequilibrium balance even get worse. So now Mother Nature is vomiting during 5 days of a full moon, and everybody's wondering why all these disruptions are in the life universe. This was a crime against humanity. If we would have continued to go Republican, we probably would be in worse shape than we are now, because we were able to go Democratic and take things slower, catch our breath, and look around a little bit, which is still the unequilibrium balance is again being overseen.
Sir?
Yes?
No offense, but I'm sorry. Well, we can talk about whether there is a difference between George Bush and Bill Clinton, but cracks in the earth, numbers, equilibrium balance, and all the rest of it, give me a break. At the top, with regard to policy, the differences between George Bush and Bill Clinton could barely be seen as you would look through the eye of a needle. We'll be right back.
You know what? On one line right now, I believe the gentleman who wrote me the very articulate email about Anonymous, the meme Anonymous, is on the line. Hello there.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, sir. Are you far away from a computer?
I am not, sir.
Okay. We have a little tunnel effect, but actually, you know what? It's perhaps better this way, that your voice is not quite as clear as it might otherwise. All right, look. When you wrote me that, we had a communication, and during that communication, I did not ask you if you were part of Anonymous, and I don't think I'm going to ask you that now, unless you want to just cop to it.
The thing about Anonymous is that those who openly profess to be members of Anonymous usually aren't. Anonymous is... The best way I can describe it is Anonymous is a shared pseudonym of a subset of people whose citizenship is the Internet. Anybody who has been infected with the Anonymous meme is Anonymous. The only differentiation between an active member of Anonymous and somebody on the net is whether or not they take up the Guy Fawkes mask, say they're anonymous, and then do something with it.
Okay. All that said, in your own mind, is you or isn't you? And you don't have to answer that. You can say, I'm not going to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, cool. I guess here's where I want to begin with you. I want to understand a little bit about Anonymous. For example, targets. When Anonymous decides to hit a target, generally, would you say that these are people who most of the population would view as not necessarily villainous, but perhaps having done something wrong, having harmed or hurt somebody? Is that the kind of target that you go after?
In the past 5 years, that has largely been the case.
Uh-huh.
Early in the history of the anonymous meme, that was not the case.
Okay, so is there a... I've listened to a number of messages from Anonymous on the web, and there is a philosophy, and it touches on politics, it touches on the economics of the world, the unfairness going on. Is that fair to say it's all part of what Anonymous is?
It is accurate to say that those are the considered opinions of some Anons who have made it their mission to speak out and occasionally to undertake direct action about those things.
Mm-hmm.
There are other Anons who, quite frankly, couldn't care less. And that is entirely their decision, for good, for ill, or for indifferent.
Sure. So it's kind of it's controlled anarchy? Or uncontrolled anarchy?
I would say barely controlled anarchy.
Barely controlled.
But
okay.
By and large, Anonymous does. So the thing about anarchy is it doesn't mean there are no rules. It means there are no rulers. And Anonymous does have some rules that most Anons tend to follow.
Right. Right.
One of them is if you openly profess to be anonymous, then you are not anonymous. Another one is you don't go after the media.
Really? Oh, we are so pleased to hear that one.
Well, we live in a media-saturated culture and a media-saturated world. If it doesn't wind up on the news, it didn't happen. Doesn't matter what it was. Somebody could let off a nuclear device, but if it wasn't on the 6 o'clock news, most people would have no idea.
Oh, yeah, you right about that.
So because of this, the media is probably the greatest weapon that Anonymous has, because power perceived is power achieved. And if you can convince enough people that you wield power, you have that power, and you can do what you like with it.
Yeah. Is this meme growing, in your opinion?
Absolutely. This is in part due to the fact that cadres of Anonymous occasionally hold recruiting drives, or at least I think of them as recruiting drives, where they seek out new members. They hold what amount to boot camps for operational security, privacy, encryption, how to access any of the anonymous communications networks, how to essentially compartmentalize your life as an Anon from your work life, your home life, your school life, things like that.
Wow.
And also, by utilizing the media as a communications medium and a weapon, the meme is propagated to people who would otherwise probably never have encountered Anonymous before. And some number of people who have learned about Anonymous by watching and learning about ops on the news or reading in the paper may have joined.
Mm-hmm. No secret handshakes, right?
No secret handshakes. By and large,
I'm sorry,
you have to.
I had to ask. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. By and large, you just have to have a pretty thick skin. If you don't, give as well as you get, and generally try to treat other Anons the way you'd want to be treated. Mm-hmm. Of course, there were some Anons who couldn't care less about that, but by and large, Anons in the Anonymous hive mind tend to sink or swim based upon what they accomplish and how many people that they can convince to help them do something. A lot of people know about the internet, of course. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that there's something deep and dark under what we see as the internet, right? That is the case. In fact, so deep and dark that most friends I have, even the pretty, literate computer users, say, for God's sakes, don't go there. I don't know, what do you call it? The undernet, the darknet, the devil's nest, what? It really depends on which of these networks you mean. The Tor network is often called the darknet, right? But there are other websites that are on the public net, which would most certainly fit the description. Mm-hmm. The only difference between a hidden computer network, and an overt but extremely over-the-top and frightening website is whether or not you go to it. And there are other sorts of computer networks which could also be said to fit that general description.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
even if somebody knew how to go to some of the places you described, would it be fair to describe these places for the average computer user as more than a little dangerous?
Define danger, please.
Not being able to use your computer anymore? I don't know.
I need to think about that for a moment. So, for some of these sites...
Possibly not caring about your bank balance? I don't know. I'm just trying to present danger here.
Perfectly valid forms of danger. So, I think I should take those in descending order of complexity.
Sure.
For some of the hidden chat servers and websites on the Tor darknet.
Yes.
I have yet to encounter any sites which are specifically booby-trapped to try to compromise the browser's computer. It doesn't mean they're not out there. It doesn't mean that no one will try it in the future. It means that in the time I've spent exploring them and actually looking for them, I haven't found any. It is more likely that your average casual user would be hit by a compromised website on what we would consider the civilian or the public net, or would be hit by a spear phishing attack, which would redirect them to a compromised site for that specific purpose.
You know, it's true. There's plenty of stuff like that on the regular net, but I would imagine once you get down there, I'm sure somebody like yourself knows how to navigate your way through that, or do you even fear entering that area?
There is always fear. The thing about fear is fear reminds you to be cautious. It reminds you not to take things at face value, and it reminds you to trust your intuition. And if your intuition is screaming at you saying, for God's sake, don't go here, there's something wrong, you should probably listen to it.
And if it says Uncle Carl has left you $45 million, and don't go there either.
Yeah, don't go there either.
Okay.
Or if you do, fill in the name and address of Godzilla McMurphy at 123 NE Street, Silverdale, California.
That's right. Is there any reason for the general public to fear Anonymous? Oh, you have to think about it.
Oh, yes. There are individual Anons who may be inclined to make people's lives difficult in the extreme under the aegis of Anonymous.
I see.
In recent years, some of the major data breaches at government agencies, very large corporations, or let's say companies that certainly do not have the best interests of people in general or citizens of the internet in particular at heart, their employees would most certainly be valid targets. One of the things that come to mind are some of the surveillance software companies that were compromised by Anonymous in the past couple of years, where employee records were dumped on the net as a way of shaming the employees for working for companies that sell surveillance hardware and software to whoever can buy it.
All right. Let's see. What else do I want to ask you? What would you want if you were to describe Anonymous to the general public in at least a fair way? How would you describe it?
I would describe Anonymous as a hive mind, and possibly I would describe it as an emergent phenomenon of the first generation of people who were, for all intents and purposes, born and raised on the internet.
Born and raised on the internet. Yes, very good point. Man, that's really incredible. What a world we live in today. I'm simply amazed. And going back to a very important point that you made, you said Anonymous does not go after the media.
By and large, no, they don't. Because
I, for one, am so happy to hear that.
The thing about the media is, if you want to get your message out, you have to at least let the media get close enough to you to take notes and come up with a story of some kind.
Well, that's true. That's true. I did make an appeal on Twitter, and boy, I did get a big response. Not at first, but pretty big response. So I'm impressed. You saw it, did you? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that we are being monitored right now? In other words, do you think NSA or whoever monitors this kind of thing is trying to figure out who you are and where you are and what you're up to?
I have no doubt at all. And by the way, hello everyone at Fort Meade.
Yeah, I'm sure they're listening. So I'm not going to hold this very long. I would like to make you my, official information source for Anonymous. I wonder if that's fair. Do you mind being an official information source?
I wouldn't say I'm official, but if I can help somehow, I'd like to.
Okay, how about unofficial information source?
That's fair.
All right. I will call upon you in the future, as the Godfather said. Listen, brother, thank you very, very much. I've always wanted to speak with somebody like yourself. Take care and good luck. I hope the door stays closed and all of that stuff. Thank you very, very much. I think it took a lot of guts to do what that man just did, so thank you, buddy. I'm Art Bell. But let me begin here because, of course, the Paris attacks. The CIA director says more attacks are likely in the pipeline. There were to be seen today lots of ISIS guys on CNN saying, Europe, we got you and we're going to get you again, and America, you're next. American blood, they say is the best. American blood. Our intelligence agencies are strained. And when they say that, they really mean it. If our intel agencies, if the NSA is strained to keep up with everybody who's here or might be here or has bad plans, then we're in big trouble. Lots of raids in France associated with, and Belgium, associated with a bunch of arrests. They arrested a whole group of even suspected people. So we know the Paris area was shocked by a major terrorist attack Friday night that's being claimed by the Neo-Caliphate, I like that phrase, terrorist group ISIS. But just hours before the attack was carried out, Facebook removed a key anonymous group responsible for identifying and reporting thousands of social media accounts used by ISIS recruiters. Now let's think about that. Anonymous on our side in the sense that they're exposing groups planning to attack us, right? Now, regardless of what you think about ISIS, their origins, and who is pulling the strings and funding them, one thing is clear. They've been spreading their ideology and recruiting using Facebook and Twitter more than on-the-ground traditional methods. We talked about this last week. The anonymous group Red Cult initiated an operation to counter the ISIS social media presence called hashtag OpISIS, Operation ISIS, in other words. We at Counter Current News, that's where this story came from, have been the primary contact point for OpISIS from the start, and we continue to be today. That's why our source in the Red Cult told us today that a group calling itself Report ISIS Accounts run by Anonymous was removed by Facebook, and the administrators from the group all banned. The anonymous group Red Cult initiated an operation to counter the ISIS social media presence called, again, OpISIS, and you've got to ask why. Why keep Anonymous from doing the job that American and European law enforcement either are unable to do or overstrained or unwilling to do? Exposing accounts used by ISIS to operate and recruit on social media. Facebook has refused to respond to inquiries from Red Cult or from Countercurrent News and several other alternative media outlets who have contacted them directly. Now, Facebook, as you know, has its own terms of service agreement. What I want you to hear is a message that I have on my Facebook. If you can take looking at this masked ISIS face, and I want to play this for you here on the air. The only thing you're missing is video. If you go to my website, you're not going to miss that. It's up there for you right now. But here's what they are saying. This is kind of a ISIS sort of introduction right now, which is worth watching, by the way. The video you're listening to, available on my website. This is, of course, from our friends at Anonymous.
Greetings, citizen of the world, and Facebook. We are Anonymous Red Cult. As most of you know, we're engaged in Operation ISIS from some time now, to fight ISIS online in different ways, like taking down ISIS sites, leaking information, exposing ISIS accounts on social media sites. One of our groups on Facebook called Report ISIS Accounts, with the URL www.facebook.com/groups/opisis, and it's dedicated to post and report ISIS accounts from YouTube, Twitter, Facebook and other social media sites, where we reported and deactivated thousands of accounts they used to communicate, recruit, and spread ISIS propaganda. Few hours ago, Facebook decided to close this group and block the admins for 3 days, without giving any explanation for it, except, quote, "We removed the post below because it doesn't follow the Facebook community standards," end of quote. So we asked, is it because ISIS supporters reported us back? And if so, for what reason? Or Facebook is bothered from us reporting terrorists' accounts that violate Facebook community standards anyway, by using fake names and posting inappropriate and violent propaganda that only serve ISIS terrorism. We asked, is this one of the new Facebook policies, to protect terrorists' accounts, instead of fighting it? Or simply Facebook doesn't care? We leave this for the public opinion to judge this action by Facebook, action that can only be interpreted that Facebook took a wrong decision. Anyway, we will continue our fight on ISIS. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
So, yeah, there's the audio, and that if that's not enough, trust me, you need to see the video. It's on my website, artbell.com now. As you know, some weeks ago, months ago, was it now? I believe, I solicited Anonymous so that I could speak to Anonymous. Well, what I got was the doctor. Now, the doctor is... This is very difficult. The doctor is... Doctor, what are you? What would you prefer to be called?
You may as well use my handle. Call me the doctor.
Okay, the doctor. All right, good. All right, so you heard that, and I'm sure that's not the first time you heard it. It would seem on the face of it that Facebook is abridging the First Amendment right of Anonymous to do what? To expose ISIS? and that's bad?
I do think it's problematic. I also think it's incredibly strange because from what I've observed, Anonymous in general and Red Cult in particular have had varying success with having the accounts of ISIS recruiters taken offline, but they seem to be getting hit. But Anonymous seems to periodically get its own presence knocked offline and then brought back with no explanation. The ISIS page being taken offline just hours before the massacre in Paris began is extremely strange.
Yes.
I did a little bit of research earlier today and discovered that not too long after the massacre was over and the carnage was being cleaned up, the ISIS page was mysteriously brought back online without any comment from Facebook management, or Facebook content management, I should say.
Well, fascinating. So, in other words, you don't know if they reported you for some weird thing, reported them for some weird thing, and that's why it was taken down.
It's possible. It's possible that some number of people in ISIS had reported that page and asked it to be taken down, and because Facebook is somewhat notorious for its real name policy, and by real name policy I mean if you get out of bed with your right foot on the first instead of your left foot, they may freeze your account.
That's right. That's right. I may freeze. I've been frozen 3 times.
Yeah, so it's possible that some ISIS recruiters had a page frozen, they unfroze it. It's possible that Facebook, for whatever reason, got a hair up its nose and froze it and then unfroze it. It's possible that someone told them to temporarily suspend the ISIS account. I don't know. It's
a mystery.
It's a mystery. It's strange.
All right. Let me ask you this: is Anonymous getting in a position where it's going to virtually be at war with ISIS?
Yes.
And that war is going to consist of taking down their sites, I would presume, with various attacks, and then the war would consist perhaps of also seeking out, finding, and making public sites where they are chattering to each other.
As well as quite possibly the identities of ISIS operatives. There's evidence that hacktivists were involved in stopping an attack in Tunisia some months ago. There's evidence that hacktivists were involved in stopping a plot in New York some months ago.
Well, then, why in heaven's name doesn't our government, through some back door, allow information to be shared with them? Is there any of that going on, or can you not comment?
I have no idea. My thought is that is not the case, simply because governments tend to not like working with fifth columns, and Anonymous is sort of the ultimate fifth column.
So would you imagine that my Facebook account, which I do enjoy, is now in some jeopardy? Or do you think it'll remain up there?
I don't think it's in any jeopardy. At least not immediately, unless someone decides that they're not an Art Bell fan and decides to hit that little report button.
Yeah. Well, I have been signed, sealed, delivered with I believe I had to send a picture ID, and I had to send my driver's license. So they should know who I am, but I guess they could have temporary amnesia.
They could. Facebook's content management team is extremely large. It's spread across multiple continents, but they all have more or less equal access and authority to do what they're charged with, which is determine who is and is not allowed to use the service.
All right. Here's a question for you. Do you know if Facebook or Twitter have made any public comment about the fact that ISIS is known to use these social media as ways to communicate? Have they made any comment about it?
To the best of my knowledge, no, nobody has. Lots of other people have. Certainly lawyers have, law enforcement agencies have, government agencies have.
Okay. Well, I will depend on you for updates in the war. I would love to know how it's going, and if you have any future trouble of this kind, I sure hope you'll get hold of me first.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. That is the doctor, and he it would, I think, wants to be known just as the doctor, but he is sort of a consultant for us when it comes to matters of Anonymous. Somebody called Classified has tempted me to answer. That's an interesting, plus there's a big picture of the gray on this person's Skype. So Classified, hello.
Mr. Bell, can you hear me?
I can.
I have to keep this very brief, so I'll get to the point.
Please.
I was involved with an organization that hacked into classified NSA servers, top secret.
Seriously?
Compartmented. Can you hear me?
Yeah, seriously? You
Yeah, and NSA monitors Skype, so I have to keep this quick.
I know they do. Okay.
I came across partial documents which contained what appeared to be evidence of the United States government in compliance with extraterrestrials using genetically modified foods, colloquially known as GMO. The goal was to experiment with modifying human DNA so extraterrestrials and the human immune systems don't attack each other upon contact. This is to facilitate their crossbreeding agenda.
Oh my God.
These extraterrestrials are trying to stop organic food movement because they want everyone to eat these GMOs. That is what it appeared. This could be just disinformation. This could be real, but that's what it showed when we got into their servers. The U.S. government's using High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, HAARP, to cause the devastating drought on the West Coast so they can bankrupt and buy out the organic farms to keep prices high. I have to go right now. Goodbye. Have a great show.
Wow. Well, I'm going to say that's unusual, and we might hear from him again, or we might never hear from him again. No idea who that was. Just called himself Classified. And I hope we hear from him again, frankly.
The high winds and hail on the big island of Hawaii only affected that island. The other islands had high gusts, but not that bad, right? I would like to get some calls from the big island of Hawaii. How about that, folks? Kona, Hilo? How about it? West of the Rockies, call me from the Big Island. Are you on the Big Island? Let's hear from a few people there. I really would like to hear about this wind. I mean, there's no good reason why they would have that kind of... And then a hailstorm? I mean, we are talking here about eternally perfect Hawaii, where they never have bad weather. Never! The worst that is suffered generally, or used to be in Hawaii, would be a middle-of-the-day rainstorm, you know, sort of a tropical-type rainstorm, and it rains like hell for a little while and stops, sun comes out, and it's paradise again. So I would like to hear from the Big Island. Would everybody on the west of the Rockies line hold off for a moment? If you're on the Big Island of Hawaii, call me now at 1-800-618-8255. I try to do this, it never works, but I'm going to try it. 1-800-618-8255. People on the Big Island only. On my Big Island line, you're on the air. Are you on the Big Island of Hawaii?
Yes, actually my cousin and I are, but we're actually located in Sacramento at this point in time.
You're in Sacramento?
Yes.
Well, then you don't qualify, sir. Thank you for the call. See, now I'm holding that line open for only people on the Big Island of Hawaii. The Big Island, not Oahu, not Maui, not Kauai, but the Big Island only. Narrowed down to the Big Island. I want to talk to somebody there. On the Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello. Now, see, hung up right away. The Big Island only. On the Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello.
Doohickey.
No, see, when somebody starts out the call with doohickey, I know they're not on the Big Island. On my Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm in California.
Now, California may one day be a big island, but it isn't now, sir. You also don't qualify. Come on, just let me get a couple of calls from the Big Island, will you? of Hawaii. I want to hear from somebody on the Big Island of Hawaii about the winds and the hail and all the weird weather over there. So everybody else, stop calling. On my Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello. Are you on the Big Island?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
Where on the Big Island?
Maui?
See, you're not even smart enough to know that Maui is not the Big Island, so you're immediately disqualified as well. Not good liars. Maui is a separate island altogether. I'm talking about the island of Hawaii itself, the big one. On my Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello.
Right.
Are you on the Big Island?
No.
No. You see, people do not follow instructions. This is why teachers are so frustrated. Write your name on the top line, they will say. 30% of the people do it. The other 70% do something entirely different or nothing at all. What a frustrating life it must be. West of the Rockies, no, Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, so, Hilo.
You're in Hilo?
Yes.
You're really in Hilo, Hawaii?
Yes.
Tell me something about Hilo.
Lots of wind, lots of rain.
Quick. Another total fabrication job. Only from the Big Island. West of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. And we're listening carefully to your voice so that, you know, when you tell your fib, we'll all know. We'll remember your voice. West of the Rockies on my Big Island line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You are sorry. One of the sorriest callers I've had. Well, let me try my Big Island line again. I'm trying to get a call from the Big Island of Hawaii, and I'm asking everybody else not to call, and of course, nobody's paying any attention to that. The number is 1-800-618-8255, only if you're from the Big Island of Hawaii. Otherwise, don't call. Let them get through. I want to talk to somebody on the Big Island. West of the Rockies, the Big Island line, you're on the air.
Hello, have you ever heard of the Shroud of Turin?
Yes, of course I have, but I can't discuss it with you if you're not on the Big Island of Hawaii.
Oh.
You're not, are you?
No, I'm not, sir.
Well, see, this is a total misbehavior on your part.
Don't you think we should clone Christ, though?
Well, who's to say there's DNA from Christ on the... Look, get off my line. Who's to say there's any DNA on the Shroud of Turin anyway? It's very controversial anyhow. Anyway, you shouldn't be on my line.
Hey, Art, let's talk about the NRA.
All right.
I received a letter a couple days ago, and
Wait a minute. Have you called before? You have. You're not allowed to call again on this line.
I've never called before.
Oh, you've never called before?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, the NRA.
Yeah, I received a letter a couple days ago, and I got to reading it, and the content made me, as a member of the NRA, kind of look like an idiot. You know, it's almost like they're afraid to say, to come out front with members and tell us exactly what's going on. They run about things, and it's difficult to explain, but they don't treat you like a grown-up. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. Exactly what did it say that made you feel like an idiot?
Like I was friends with a guy named Jim Baker, and I've never even met him before.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a letter from the NRA saying you were friends with Jim Baker?
Absolutely.
Who's Jim Baker?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. But anyway, the letter...
This sounds a little too strange.
Why is that?
Well, because why would the NRA write to you about being friends with anybody?
Okay, I'll fax you the letter then, Art. I've got your fax
I'm
number.
just asking you a question.
I'm not exactly sure why. But anyway, the letter goes on and continues to say some of the stances that the NRA, the upcoming legislation that's coming as far as the Senate and the House.
Yes.
And and that's all straightforward and stuff, and that they want my contribution and things like that. But it was just the beginning of the letter just kind of struck me as it's just like an eye catcher. and I was really disappointed in that. I like everything else about the NRA. I'd like to see LaPierre come on your program, but I think until they start treating their membership with letters, like these, you get these doomsday letters, that when they start treating their membership like grown-ups, like
I disagree with you. I get
defending their Second Amendment rights.
All right, I get letters from the NRA all the time.
Well, read them.
I do. And I have never seen anything of the sort that you're talking about, but I'll tell you what, you go ahead and fax me that.
I shall.
All right?
Thank you a lot, Art.
Right, take care. I'll take a look. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never had that kind of problem with the NRA. I have some other problems with the NRA with regard to, I don't even want to talk about that.
It's a little too convenient that the package just happened to break open and the Yard Parcel man just happened to call the ATF and let them know about the grenade package being supposedly delivered to the compound.
But these, wait a minute now, these were not live grenades.
Oh, I know, they were just metal casings.
Well, so
Is there anything against the law having metal casings? I don't think so.
I've got one of them myself. I do. I've got it's not a real grenade, of course. Maybe it was once. It's got a hole drilled in the bottom of it. But it still looks to all the world like a real grenade. And I don't think there's anything wrong with grenade casings. It's when they're filled with, I guess you can't really have grenades, live grenades, right? I don't think you can. Sure you can't. I remember, I'm hesitant to tell this story, but I will. Back in the days when I worked for KDWN in Las Vegas, one day I brought my grenade in, and they were doing a two-person talk show there, and I almost can't even remember who the two were. At any rate, I just slid the studio door open, and I rolled this grenade into the room. Kind of went tumbling over and over and came to rest on the floor right in front of the both of them. And it really did elicit quite a reaction. I really, of course, you don't play those kind of practical jokes anymore, but I did do that, and I've done actually worse. I have a sad, sick propensity for enjoying practical jokes. Though, believe me, I've had enough played on me, so there's been proper vengeance, I'm sure. No, I never will forget that. Actually, the expression on their faces, it just can't, there's not a word picture in radio that can convey it properly. But when you're a talk show host and you see a grenade rolling across your floor, it was really pretty dirty tricky.
Now, Fox News sucks. That's what I think. This is just ridiculous. Ron Paul, a man I've interviewed many times, got more of a percentage by a lot than Rudy Giuliani. But Fox News won't let him in the debate. What the hell are they afraid of? Or what are, I hope if they've got sponsors, I hope they drop. It's just not right. What are they afraid of? Ron Paul is a fascinating man with fascinating ideas. He's got every right to be heard. He's earned the right to be heard. He's made more money than a lot of them. And he's got more percentage of interest from voters than a lot of them. So what can possibly be the reason to keep Ron Paul out? Come on, Fox. Fair and balanced? Oh, isn't that what you say? Fair and balanced? Is that really what you want people to think, that you're fair and balanced? Nothing fair. Nothing balanced about keeping Ron Paul out. So, what I would say to all of you, whether you're a Ron Paul supporter or not, send him an email. Tell him what you think. Are they afraid that new ideas might be heard? Are they afraid the American people might wake up? Are they afraid that some of the other Republican candidates might suffer a deficit because Ron Paul says something the American people want to hear? Come on, Fox.
One of the larger, or largest, I guess, now larger, pieces of whale blubber blown to smithereens came down right on top of the car of a guy named Walt Ammenhofer. And as much of this story is myth and legend as anything else for a lot of people out there right now, we are going to bring it to real, true life, and I've done this in two ways. One, I've got Walt Ammenhofer on the line. Walt says there's a lot of the story that hasn't been told yet, that never really got out. So we're going to lay it out in excruciating detail for you shortly with Walt. And then the second thing I did is, somebody once was kind enough to send me a pretty good video from Channel 2 KATU television in Portland. And I've wished and wished and wished there would be a way that I could bring you this. You know, obviously I can't give you the video, but Channel 2 can, and plans to. And I'll tell you about that. What they have done is given me permission to run the Channel 2 Portland report that ran oh so long ago, called A Whale of a Tale. And by the way, Channel 2 plans, here, I give them a plug, plans A Whale of a Tale as part of a great anniversary celebration to air. So you people in Portland, whatever you do, do not miss it. Wednesday, November 1st, in their newscasts at 5 and 6:30 and 11 p.m. with the series airing Thursday and Friday, November 2nd and 3rd at 5, 6:30, and 11. And the people up at Channel 2 were great, and they sent me permission to air the narrative part of the KATU story. So you're going to also hear that this hour. Now, up to the state of Oregon, where Walt Ammenhofer, and I hope I've got that name right, continues to reside. Hi, Walt.
How you doing?
Is that you're still in Oregon, right?
Yes.
Even after all that occurred.
That's a good place to live.
You've been not an easy guy to find, and I've got to thank one of my listeners, maybe a friend of yours, who heard the talk about it on the show and supplied me finally with your number. How long ago, Walt, did this occur? I mean, it's myth and legend by now.
25 years, I think, this in November.
In November?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's why Channel 2 is doing the big special on it. 25 years ago. What in the world happened back then? I mean, we know this. I saw it on TV. A gigantic whale washed ashore where?
In Florence, Oregon.
Florence.
On the coast.
Uh-huh. And so, somehow, I don't know where you entered the picture. I mean, did you see the whale, know about the whale before you...
What happened, Art, is at that time I worked for a national company, and we had a plant here in Springfield, Oregon, and we were planning to build a kind of a satellite plant in the Florence area to utilize all the wood waste from the mills in that area down there. And why I went to Florence in the first place, we didn't want anybody to know we were down there. We were down there looking for property. So we didn't want to, you know how property goes. When they know you're looking for property, all of a sudden it becomes a lot more expensive.
That's right.
So we had been talking to Wilbur Chernick, who was the port commissioner at that time. I believe he's port commissioner again. He's been mayor since, and I believe he's the port commissioner. He's a hell of a nice guy. So I got the local air pollution guy, Vern Atkinson, and I had a realtor by the name of Art Wick and my 12-year-old son, and we had an appointment with Wilbur at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we got in a car, and we drove down to Florence, and we went to the port commissioner office, and I walked in and announced that we were there, and they said, well, Mr. Chernick isn't here. I said, what do you mean he isn't here? We have an appointment at 9 o'clock.
Right.
And we were, by the way, we were also we were going to promote a port revenue bond. That's the reason we were working through the port commissioner. So I said, well, where is he? He says, well, he's out at the North Jetty. He says, there's a whale washed ashore out there. So when we got all the information, we said, well, what the hell, we're here. Let's go see the whale.
Well, sure. Why not?
So we drove on out there. It's quite a ways out there. And it was a large paved parking lot. And you can't see the ocean because there's a huge dune between the parking and the ocean itself.
Ah.
So we pulled into the parking lot, and it just happened to be one spot left, so we pulled the car in there, and we proceeded to walk and go up over top of this dune. And when we got to the top of the dune, you look down at the water's edge, and sure enough, there he was. There was a 20-ton sperm whale.
20 tons.
That's what they estimated.
Oh, well, I'm sure it was every bit of that. It looked, I saw people standing next to it, and they were dwarfed. I mean, this was big.
So we were able to, fortunately, get down. They were kind of keeping people back, but Vern Atkinson, the air pollution guy, knew Wilbur quite well, and we were able to go right down there to where the whale was. And the smell, you couldn't believe the smell of this thing. I don't know how long this thing was dead, but it came ashore, and it was just awful.
It was on its way.
It was pretty bad. And somebody the night before had taken a chainsaw and cut the lower jaw off to get the teeth. I understand the teeth are ivory.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, somebody had ripped off the whole jaw.
So it was a mutilated 20-ton whale.
So we kind of stood around there and chatted around there, and they had the people there from the highway department, and we were all kind of talking together, and I said, well, what are you going to do? And this fellow that's from the highway department, he says, well, I'm going to blow it up. And I thought, well, okay, not a problem. So we stood there a while longer, and all of a sudden, this Caterpillar tractor come rumbling down across the sand with a huge bucket on the front of it. And in this bucket were 20 cases of 60% powder. So I seen that, and I said, boy, this is going to be big trouble. So I said to this guy, he says, what the hell are you going to do with 20 cases of dynamite?
Yeah.
He says, I'm going to blow it out to sea. And I thought, yeah, you're going to blow it out to sea. I says, where did you ever come up with this formula? And he says he talked to somebody, and they said, rule of thumb, case of dynamite per ton of whale. That's what he told me. Per ton
of whale?
Yeah, that was his formula.
Now, I wonder if they might have derived that from actually per ton of rock that you want to displace.
I have no idea.
I mean, because how would you calculate a whale?
He says, I'm going to dig on the inboard side of the whale and put the cases down. He said, I'm going to blow him out to sea. Well, the powder doesn't work that way. And I got into quite a, well, you might say almost an argument about this. I said, you're crazy. You're going to kill somebody. And I said, if you want to obliterate if you want to blow up a big rock with dynamite, you put a few sticks of dynamite on the top and put some sand on top, and you'll crack it. You never go underneath, especially with sand, because sand is so dense that all power you have is going to go straight up. But anyhow, Vern Atkinson and Wilbur said to me, come on, Gentleman Harper, he says, it's really none of your business anyhow. And I said, yeah. And he says, and the guy from the highway department, he says, anyhow, he says, I want to have everybody on top of them dunes up there. And I said, yeah.
I'm just curious, Walt, how did you know so much? Or, I mean,
I've had quite a bit of experience, even in the military, with explosives.
Explosives, yeah.
And so he says, I'm going to have everybody on top of those dunes up there. And I said, yeah, and I'm going to be the furthest SOB on the south end. And I really was. And Vern and Chernick went with me, and everybody went way down the south end of this thing. And they made a, kind of a big spectacle. They put the dynamite in there and run around with the reel of wire, and then they waved their hard hats for the all clear, and they signaled one another and what have you. And let me tell you, they touched that sucker off, and it looked like a nuclear explosion. When you see the tape, you'll know what I'm saying.
I was reminded of a fuel-air explosion, or something short of, or near a nuclear explosion. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a huge mushroom cloud, and this thing was red and black and white, and just unbelievable. And the big pieces, of course, went on beyond the mushroom cloud. They kind of went way up higher, And all these people, you have to visualize 100 people or more standing on top of the dune, and of course the wind comes in from the ocean. The wind was absolute westerly.
Yes, it does that.
And all of a sudden everybody realized, oh God, here it comes.
In other words, they were blown to such a high altitude that the wind began to grab them.
This stuff started moving in, and people started screaming and running, and smell. You'll never believe the smell.
Well, you know, I understand. Actually, before they began running, right after the explosion, everybody for at least a few moments rejoiced and clapped and yelled.
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, it looked neat.
It was like
it was kind of a picnic affair.
4th of July times 10.
Yeah, but here it comes, and I mean to tell you, and we were the furthest ones down, and it was starting to hit us already, and I was standing there, and I'm looking up, and I see one big piece, and it was just kind of floating around up there and flipping around up there.
Way up there.
And that sucker, it just came to an absolute stop.
Yeah.
And it straightened itself out, if you might say, and it came straight down.
Just like a Roadrunner cartoon.
It hit my car dead center.
Your car, figures.
And I just had bought this, 98 old. It was a gold 4-door Regency.
Oh, no.
And the people I bought it from was Dunham's Oldsmobile in Eugene here, and their slogan, by the way, is a whale of a deal.
Ha! Ha!
Ha! That thing, and it hit my car with such force that it exploded. There wasn't a piece of glass bigger than 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, my God.
And it pushed the roof so hard down to the flat part of the seat that you sit in. And just kind of bent the car. I don't know what this piece weighed, probably 400 or 500 pounds.
I saw the photo of your car, Walt, and I presume they declared it a total loss.
Yeah. So, fortunately, nobody was. I mean, the reason this story is funny, Art, is because the car next to mine had some little children in it.
Uh-huh.
So the story is funny because nobody really got hurt at this point.
It could have hit that other.
The people were screaming and running, and I don't know how, I'm sure all their clothes were ruined. You know, and there's no way to get this smell out of there.
It even, I guess, you know, the camera crew, which could have stayed in place bravely like those under fire, decided valor was better.
Everybody, yeah.
And they just flat stopped taking pictures and took off.
See, so I got down there. The people got to my car first. Because we were the furthest ones down there.
That's right. You had said you'd be the farthest away.
The guy from everybody come up. This Jeep arrived with all these hard hat officials. Oh my God, whose car is this? Well, it's mine, you SOB.
Yeah.
They said, well, come on to our office. I said, I'm not going to your office. I said, I'm going to call the governor.
The governor, huh?
I couldn't get a hold of the governor, but I got a hold of the guy that run the highway commission, and I started telling him the story, and he says, I got to stop. He says, you got to tell me. He says, did anybody get hurt? And I said, no. And he says, because I have to stop. He said, this is the funniest story I ever heard in my life.
Well, is there any way that you know, other than what you told us about the decision-making of this, somehow, I mean, you figure this gets turned over to the highway department, and, you know, the guys
with
the dynamite, they start chewing it over. They start chewing it over, trying to figure out how to get rid of this whale. And I just really would like to know how they came to the decision to blow it up.
God, I don't have any idea how they came to that decision, but the tape that the San Francisco News Channel did, they interviewed quite a few people on the tape, and they said the written report that this fellow wrote said everything went according to plan. And then and then they said, what happens when you're in a bureaucracy when everything goes according to a plan? They said 6 months later he got promoted.
He got promoted. You know, there's a sort of a thread. You say that was 25 years ago, huh?
Yeah.
It still seems to work that way today.
It's worse than it's ever been. You know, right after this happened, maybe a year after, I got a call from Sports Illustrated.
Really?
I was living in Louisville then.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to know, you know, if I had any objections to them doing this story on this whale. And I said, I have no objections at all. So the fella, he worked on it. I still have a copy of it somewhere. And he called me. It was midnight in Louisville, and he called me from Eugene, and he said he had just come back from Florence or wherever this George lived, and he says, I just have to tell you what he said. And I said, what did he say? He says, well, a typical bureaucrat, he says, I didn't use enough powder. He says, if I had used more dynamite, there wouldn't have been any big teeth.
All right, it is the bottom of the hour, Walt. Hold on. When we come back, I've got a couple more questions for you, and I've got the Channel 2 rendition. It'll give everybody the flavor. We'll be right back. This, all those many years ago, was the actual KATU Channel 2 News report of the whale of a tale, the exploding whale story that many people have thought, in fact, I recall now the panel thought was absolutely a whale of a tale, but a total lie. Well, guess what? It wasn't a total lie, and here's Channel 2's report from way back then.
It had to be said, the Oregon State Highway Division not only had a whale of a problem on its hands, it had a stinking whale of a problem. What to do with one 45-foot, 8-ton whale dead on arrival on the beach near Florence? It had been so long since a whale had washed up in Lane County, nobody could remember how to get rid of one. In selecting its battle plan, the Highway Division decided the carcass couldn't be buried because it might soon be uncovered. It couldn't be cut up and then buried because nobody wanted to cut it up, and it couldn't be burned. So dynamite it was, some 20 cases or a half-ton of it. The hope was that the long-dead Pacific gray whale would be almost disintegrated by the blast, and that any small pieces still around after the explosion would be taken care of by seagulls and other scavengers. Indeed, the seagulls had been standing nearby all day. As everything was being made ready, we asked George Thornton, the highway engineer in charge of the project, for his final observation.
Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is we're not sure just exactly how much explosives it'll take to disintegrate this thing so the scavengers, seagulls, and crabs and whatnot can clean it up.
Is there any chance it might be more than a one-day job?
If there's any large chunks left, and we may have to do some other cleanup, possibly set another charge.
The dynamite was buried primarily on the leeward side of the big mammal, so as most of the remains would be blown toward the sea. About 75 bystanders, most of them residents who had first found the whale to be an object of curiosity before they tired of its smell, were moved back a quarter of a mile away. The sand dunes there were covered with spectators and land lubber newsmen, shortly to become land blubber newsmen, with a blasted blubber beyond all believable bounds.
What's going on now on the screen is a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, Fred, you can take your hands out of your ears. Here come the pieces of...
Our camera stopped rolling immediately after the blast. The humor of the entire situation suddenly gave way to a run for survival as huge chunks of whale blubber fell everywhere. Pieces of meat passed high over our heads while others were falling at our feet. The dunes were rapidly evacuated as spectators escaped both the falling debris and the overwhelming smell. A parked car over a quarter of a mile from the blast site was the target of one large chunk. The passenger compartment literally smashed. Fortunately, no human was hit as badly as the car. However, everyone on the scene was covered with small particles of dead whale. As for the success of the effort, well, the seagulls who were supposed to clean things up were nowhere in sight, either scared away by the explosion or kept away by the smell. That didn't really matter. The remaining chunks were of such a size that no respectable seagull would attempt to tackle anyway. As darkness began to set in, the highway crews were back on the beach burying the remains, including a large piece of the carcass which never left the blast site. It might be concluded that should a whale ever wash ashore in Lane County again, those in charge will not only remember what to do, they'll certainly remember what not to do.
So that was the report. Walt, I just want to give them one more little plug here, and then it's back to you. Look, this report has only, at one other time in all its 25-year history, been released to anybody to run, and that was to, I think, KGO in San Francisco that did a piece on it. And so I feel very honored that KATU allowed us to run it. They're very nice people up there in Portland. And once again, you can see it for yourself, the video that goes with the report. If you're in Portland, it'll be Wednesday, November 1st in their newscast at 5 p.m. and 6:30 and then 11 as well. With the series airing Thursday and Friday, November 2nd and 3rd at 5, 6:30, and 11. So don't miss it. And thanks to Doug Brazil, the news director, and everybody else at KATU. It was a rare opportunity, and I'm glad we could provide it for you. Well, Walt, there it was. Sound familiar?
You know, one thing that's always puzzled me about this is it's a known fact that if you get underneath the bureaucrats and get them all upset about something, you usually get an IRS audit. What I never could understand is how I was the only one who protested what this guy was doing. How the hell he ever directed that piece of whale to the top of my car, but he did it.
Did you get audited?
No.
No? Did they promptly pay up? I mean,
they paid me in 2 days.
In 2 days?
Yeah, I got a check in 2 days. I think what they were really afraid of, this thing had really made the newspapers and the AP wire service, and I had people from Germany send me the newspapers and relatives I have over there. And I think what they were afraid of is probably all these people could have sued them, at least for new clothes. When we got home, we had to rent a car to go home in.
Yes.
And it was cold, and we had to have all the windows down all the way home. That's how bad it was.
Now,
and
when you
Vern Atkinson, who is not living anymore, was a hell of a neat guy. It was so funny because he went in the garage and his wife came out and she made him strip naked in the garage and wouldn't let him in the house.
Now, you know, you're looking back at this and it's obvious you can laugh. But on the day that it actually happened, did people at that moment really see the humor in this? Or, I'm talking about the group that was actually there and had all this stuff falling on them. They probably weren't laughing.
It wasn't funny at all, and it's absolutely amazing that no one was seriously injured. I mean, and that's what I tried to tell this guy when he was doing it, and when the port commissioner and Vern told me it was none of my business, is this guy going to kill somebody? You know, and as luck has it, it turned out to be a funny story, and thank God.
Indeed. Walt, I would like to submit just a few moments of questions from listeners. This is such a famous story that I thought I'd let you take a couple of calls. You willing to do that?
Sure.
I don't know what people would ask. It's all pretty self-explanatory, but we can find out. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air with Walt Ammenhopper. Hi.
Yeah, quick comment first. Do you know this is the first time that this isn't the first time something like this has happened?
I think it was done once before.
Right, Northern California. When I was in college in 1978, my professor told us about an incident in Northern California where they tried to blow a whale up. Same kind of thing.
Where they tried?
Yeah, it didn't, it just kind of splattered, he said. It wasn't quite a big show as what happened up in Oregon. Just kind of splattered all over the place, and the main carcass was still left.
Has anybody, I'm curious, anybody come up with an actual good way to dispose of a whale? I saw at the end they sort of buried it in the sand?
I think that's what they did in this case, too. It's just, it's an impossible situation.
In other words, whales don't, would you say that, Walt, that whales don't really, well, I blew up, part of it blew up, but there was so much of it left.
I think better than half of it was still intact.
Then whales don't blow up easily.
No.
First-time caller line. You're on the air with Walt Ammenhopper.
Hi, John from Milwaukee?
Yes. Turn your radio off, sir.
Huh?
Turn your radio off.
It's off.
Okay, good.
Was there anyone that yelled, there she blows?
I don't think so. Probably would have been a good idea.
Okay, thanks. Was there any kind of countdown? The television supplied one, Walt. It was very dramatic. But was there any kind of countdown they did otherwise on the site?
I don't think all I remember is them waving their hats at one, all clear.
How about fire in the hole or something like that?
Yeah, they should have yelled something.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Walt Oppenhofer. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing? Walt.
Okay.
Good.
Walt, now what about these environmentalists? Are all these guys going crazy because someone blew up a whale?
Well, they would now, believe me.
Biologists and everybody, and they weren't screaming holy...
That was back in the days, back in the good old days, let's put it that way. Today they would probably scream bloody murder.
So there's no big protest when someone blew up a whale?
No.
Now, bear in mind, this whale had, as Rush would say, assumed room temperature to the point where it was hard to stay in the vicinity. So, I guess that's your answer. Where are you, sir?
We're in Houston, Texas.
Houston, all right.
Yeah. I'm wondering about your book.
Well, it's on the way.
Are you going to get that second edition?
It's in print now.
Because I was wondering, what's the big advantage to the first edition?
Well, listen, I don't want to go into that
No, you
right
listen. Don't tell me to listen.
Well, no. Well, all right, goodbye. I know who he is. He's the guy who calls and yells every morning. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Walt Oppenhofer. Hello.
Hey, Walt. It sounds like a wild story there. I was trying to picture myself being in that scene. Oh, this is Bill from Olympia, in case anyone cares. And I'm trying to imagine watching this whale blow up and all this stuff coming down, and I'm trying to decide, what, do I run or do I watch stuff fall and dodge the big ones?
That's a good point. In other words, running, you wouldn't see one coming at you. At least if you stood in one place and kind of dodged around a little bit, you'd have a... That's a good point, Walt.
Yeah, that's what I kind of did. I stood there. In fact, I watched the big piece that hit my car, figuring, and I don't know if a person would ever dodge it or not if it really come at you. That stuff's moving pretty fast.
Well, that's what I was kind of trying to figure out. It's like, dodge or run, which one would work?
When you told it, Walt, thank you, caller, it kind of reminded me, I like Roadrunner cartoons, and I used to watch cartoons where things would go up and you kind of pictured it as going way up and then sort of stopping and suspending for a moment.
That's exactly what it did.
As it reached its highest point, and then of course I suppose then slowly it would seem from the ground that it would begin falling back toward you, that kind of deal. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Walt Oppenhofer. Hello.
Yeah, what kind of car was that? It was a 98 Regency. A what? An Oldsmobile Regency. A Regency.
A brand new one, too.
Yeah, a brand new smelly Regency. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, where are you, by the way?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City, all right. Yeah, brand new one. That must have been heartbreaking. I mean, again, yeah, we can laugh now. But I know how you feel when you have a brand new car. There's nothing like it. It must have been heartbreaking.
Actually, it was a pretty serious thing until after it was over. Then then it became funny when nobody was hurt.
At the scene or later at home when you were laughing about it?
Later at home.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Walt Oppenhofer. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, about that whale?
Yes.
The right thing to do is put a bar across the whale.
Do what?
A steel bar.
A steel bar?
Yeah, and put it across the whale.
Yes.
And then tie a rope and drag it out to sea. Then you blow it up. That's what they probably could have done. In fact, if I remember that time, there was a pretty good-sized tug in Florence. And if they had just got a big net or something and put around it and put some dynamite in it and drug it out a couple of miles and then touched it off.
Well, see, that's why the only part of this story that I don't have, and I wish I could get, and I will pursue, is the genesis of it. When these guys were sitting around, whether it was in an office or in a bar after work, whatever, how they came up with this. That would be good to know.
Yeah.
The minutes of the meeting where they planned it.
Well, somewhere he got a rule of thumb. Case of dynamite per ton of whale.
Per ton of whale. Did you spend a lot of time arguing with him that this was a
well, I got cut off pretty quick, You don't argue with a bureaucrat when he's in charge. But I tried.
In the interview, he seemed very confident. Very confident.
Yes.
Now, you must have seen that interview actually going on.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? So, there he was. Yeah, he looked pretty proud. And his only attitude after all of this was over, reflectively, was that he had not used enough dynamite.
That's what he told the guy from Sports Illustrated.
West of the Rockies, running out of time. You're on the air with Walt Amenhofer. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art Bell.
Yes, where are you?
I'm in Redding, Northern California.
All right.
Hey, I have something I thought you might find interesting.
Well, we've got a guest on. Are you listening?
Well, actually, I've been away from the radio.
Well, actually, then I've got to move on. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Walt Amenhofer. Hi.
Hey, Walt, what's happening? Hey, Art, how are you?
Well, I'm Art. He's caller.
Art, I'm aware. How are y'all this evening? Good.
Fine. What's on your mind?
Well, you know, I was thinking of some same but different stories waiting on the line, and I recalled seeing some pictures of a friend brought back from Newfoundland one time. I don't know how long or far into the winter season you were in, but they had a sperm whale wash up in their town that was fresh dead, and the city made an activity out of utilizing every bit of the whale, as the old whalers did. The blubber, the bones, all for practical purposes.
Well, I think this is just hazarding a guess, but Walt, from what you've told me of the condition of the whale, it's not something you'd carve up and take home for the dinner table.
Yeah, it was pretty rank. I don't know how long the thing had been dead, but it was kind of gooey, you know.
Oh, my God, gooey. That's gooey. Oh, that's awful. Well, listen, I don't know how to thank you, Walt.
Well, that's great.
You have helped actually verify what until now has been myth. So bless your heart for staying up with us, Walt. And something like that, of course, never would happen to somebody twice, but I'd be careful where I park.
Okay.
Take care, partner.
See you later.
Windows 95 is now out. This is a major event in the computer world. Now, I wonder how many of you have run right out and bought Windows 95. I'll tell you, I've got it here. And I have been chicken to load it. I've actually started to load it into my computer. I started down the trail of loading Windows 95. And I canceled. I chickened out. I wonder about so many things. I wonder, will my DOS programs all run in Windows 95? Or will I lose something? I wonder, will I still retain my old DOS? Do I want to retain my old DOS? I wonder whether I will like the new Windows setup. I wonder so many things that I'm going to wait until some of you guinea pigs out there load her in, and I'll bet you by now, a lot of people went out and bought it at midnight, and by now a lot of you have got Windows 95 loaded in. Now, are you happy campers? Or are you, I've got so much in my computer. My computer, has become so important to what I do that I'm scared to take a chance. I admit it. I'm scared. Now, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after I hear from a number of you who call and say, Art, I just put Windows 95 in. God, it's the best thing that's ever happened. I love it. Everything runs great. I had all these programs I can use, no problem. And when I hear that, then I'll go back there and reload it again. What I really need is a copy of Windows 95 on 3.5, so I can get it into my laptop as well. So anyway, I'm sitting, I'm waiting, I'm worrying, thinking, and I'm waiting to hear from all of you. Those of you that are in the process right now, right this very moment, of loading Windows 95, by all means, call up and assure me. Or tell me I was right to wait. I just heard on the Associated Press that the release of Windows 95 in Seattle was one of the most major events they've ever seen. There were people waiting at midnight to grab it. And so I know that a lot of you have, probably as you're listening to me, you're loading in Windows 95. Actually, you ought to have it loaded by now, unless you did something wrong. And so I am opening a Windows 95 line only for those people that have just installed Windows 95. I want your immediate opinion, your review. This is Live Talk Radio, and I might add, we're on in the Seattle area, as you all know, on KOMO and then earlier on KVI. And so this is it, folks. Windows 95 line exclusively for this whole hour. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my Windows 95 line.
You better believe it.
Where are you?
I'm in San Jose, California.
Okay, turn your radio off.
It's off now.
Okay. Did you just get Windows 95?
I just got it tonight. I installed it.
Yes?
The installation went absolutely perfect, and I love it.
Really?
Yes.
Now, do you miss having all the icons arranged neatly on the screen the way you did with your previous Windows?
No, I mean, it's different, but you adjust to it right away.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, now, how about, I'm going to keep asking this, are all your DOS-based programs playing okay in Windows?
Yeah, I just played Panzer General, and it was perfect, and I tried Aces over Europe, and that ran perfectly, so far those two games, which are pretty advanced, complex games, ran flawlessly.
How much memory do you have?
8 megabytes, and by the way, my system is running faster than it's ever run before.
Really?
It's a 486 50 megahertz system.
50?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good review so far, so you're a happy camper.
Right now, I am 100% happy. I even accessed...
Now, did you install this over 3.1?
I sure did, yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, I also successfully accessed America Online, went into the Internet, went into World Wide Web, and everything worked perfectly.
All the graphics look proper?
In fact, the graphics came up faster than they had ever come up before. I couldn't believe it.
Now, so you're almost getting me interested here.
Yeah, I was very skeptical, very skeptical. I was not going to do this.
Did you run out and buy it at midnight?
I sure did.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, right now this looks just fantastic.
All right, well, that's very encouraging, very encouraging.
It really is for me, too.
All right, my friend, thank you.
Okay.
There he is. Now, see, that's good to hear. I admit it, I'm afraid of it. Intrigued by, drawn to, magnetically drawn to, wanting to grab. I've got it on a CD, you know, and I grab that CD and I put it in my hand and I look at it, and I even, as I said, I put it in my CD drive and closed the door and started the process and then chickened out and stopped it. I don't know what I'm worried about. I've got tape backup, but it's just that. On my Windows 95 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Clinton, Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City, yes, sir.
Yes, I have OS2 and got the Windows 95, and Windows 95 did just fine, except for some files. They were real old DOS programs that I had problems with, but overall it's doing pretty good.
Well, did it just flat refuse to run some of the older stuff?
Yeah, it got piled up in the hard drive, but I had prepped the machine with Norton Utilities for Windows, and we've had experienced some people over here having virus programs. They've got a lot of virus programs running through the system when you download stuff.
Right.
And your 16-bit virus protection programs don't work with Windows 95.
Yeah, now I've heard that. Thank you for that. Virus protection. You know, I once had a virus in my computer, Michelangelo. Actually, I've had it in there twice. And the present DOS system, I know a lot of eyes are glazing over out there, but this is a big event, Windows 95. The present DOS system, 6.2 or 2.2, whatever you've got, has MSAV, which is a wonderfully effective virus eliminator. And I've heard people say, well, there is no virus protection in Windows 95. So if you do a lot of telecommunicating, you might have reason to be concerned. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's the second person who told me that. See, that makes me vacillate again. Do you see why I'm worried? Who wants a virus? Not me. On my Windows 95 line, you're on the air.
Yes. I did actually have a problem with my video card.
Oh, your video card?
Yeah.
A conflict. Uh-oh.
Well, it wasn't a conflict. It's one of those 16 million color cards.
Right.
But it only works as a regular 16 color card under Windows 95.
Well, Windows 95 should have installed new drivers.
Yeah, but it didn't recognize
Didn't recognize your card, huh?
So I would recommend that people check out beforehand that they can get Windows 95 drivers for the equipment.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how many people have the same exact problem. They supposedly had drivers that would cover about everything that's out there. Now, you may be proof they don't. Thank you very much for the call, sir. Thanks. See, a little problem. I'm going to put that one down. I, too, have a video card that gives me 16 million colors, 2 megs of video RAM. And I know I'm kind of being chicken, but I'm one of those who I'm so happy with what I've got now that it's hard to imagine I could be happier. My computers are running at the moment. You can get very angry at them, and it has not always been this way. But they're running very well. And so there's the old saying, don't fix it if it ain't broken, right? Well, it ain't broken. Nevertheless, the temptation to fix it remains. Windows 95 line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I was running, I just got done installing it. It's running fine.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind
no problems at all.
What kind of computer?
Compaq.
A laptop?
No.
No.
It's a regular 4-standing model.
486?
Yeah.
How many megs of memory?
16.
16. Okay, see, I've got 8. I haven't updated yet, but I understand it runs on 8.
Yeah, it's doing multitasking real smooth.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Do you have a lot of applications?
I was defragging my Bernoulli drive. I've got several drives hooked up and several SCSI devices, and it recognized all of them.
Really?
And I had no problems whatsoever.
But when I say a lot of applications, I wasn't asking you so much about hardware as software.
I haven't really tried most of my older applications, but I think they're going to be okay. I had one problem. It didn't like my Logitech mouse driver.
Really?
And it just told me that I should upgrade it, and other than that, everything worked fine.
Then did you not, did your mouse driver then not work, or?
It works, but I couldn't program the center and the right button on it.
Oh, I see. All right, well, no, that makes sense. All right, well, so far, look, after you've gone through some of your old applications, let me hear from you again, all right?
Sure will.
Because that's the only thing that's scaring me a little bit. We'll be right back. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, I'm Phil from Sacramento. I was curious how many system operators that run bulletin boards, if they're having any problems, like, front end, front door type thing with the Windows 95. What do you think about that? I'm skeptical like you.
I know.
I'm going to put this thing in there, man. I'm doing fine under DOS and
Well, I know.
3.1.
I know. I've heard, though, and this is the truth, that I think it's the truth, that bulletin board operators are going to love it more than almost anybody else because of the true multitasking, a real advantage in bulletin board operation. So
That's curious, because I read a lot of quick mail and stuff like that, it's offline mail for people to understand what that is. But anyhow, there's a lot of articles in there of problems after problems after problems with Windows 95 that I've read. Nothing but problems for like system operators and stuff. So
yeah, well, look, I'm with you. I'm staying with 3.1 until I get a lot of calls saying, Art, you're crazy if you don't go to Windows 95.
Yeah, I hear you there.
So
yeah, for multitasking, it would make sense from a user's point. But if you're offering something to somebody, then I don't know. Like you said, if it's not broken, why mess with it? It's like if your car engine's dirty, why clean it?
Yeah, but you know, that's also a little like saying, it sure is fun driving my 25-year-old Lincoln car when you could be driving a brand new, you know, whiz-bang something or another, and so, you know.
You got yours backed up on tape. I got my Windows 3.1 and DOS 3.1 backed up on CD-ROM.
Oh,
so, yeah, see, I don't worry about viruses at all. If I go down, I'm up in 3 hours.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for talking there.
You bet. I feel, we feel exactly the same way, sir. We're both chicken. I'll be right back. Good morning. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. And it's good to be here. I'm tempted. I'm so tempted. I've got a Windows 95 line open, Windows 95 only. On my Windows 95 line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. This is Jim in San Francisco, KSFO.
Hi, Jim. How you doing?
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm going to hold off on that kind of stuff for a while. I got 3.1, but it's always best to wait about 6 months or a year.
Well, that's, of course, that's the wise thing to do, and it's the sensible, or to use a Bushism, a prudent thing to do.
Yeah.
But I'm dying to put it in there.
Yeah. Probably won't notice that much difference. I mean, more like other than multitasking, you won't notice that much difference anyway.
Oh, I don't know. You know, people are saying it really is that it really is. I mean, it's an utterly, completely different operating system. It's using a new DOS 7 something or another, and you're right. It multitasks, and it's fast, and it's user friendly, and all the rest. I mean, it's really tempting.
Yeah. Are you Pentium based?
No, I've got a old 66-2 here, and I've also got a 100 megahertz laptop.
Yeah, I got a 46 laptop. What kind of RAM are you using? You use more than 4?
No, yeah, 8 megs in both computers, and I've got a 540 hard drive on both.
Yeah, you'd be all right.
So, you know, I've got all I need, but I can't. You know, I linger over the click continue, and I can't make my finger do it.
It usually takes a while for the bugs to work out after it's been released to open market.
Yeah, I know, but I want to and I don't want to. That's why I have this line open. Anyway, you don't qualify. You don't have it yet.
That's true. Oh, I see.
That's right. Thank you. That's right. I just broke my own rule. It's supposed to be people only have put Windows 95 in. Only if you ran out at midnight and got it, and you've loaded it in, and you're reacting now. On my Windows 95 line, you're on the air.
Thank you. I own I'm in Honolulu.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dave, and I forgot the radio station here. I'm sorry. I listen to it every night. It's a wonderful station.
Well, how can you forget it? It's KHVH in Honolulu.
That's my KHVH, local all news.
Yes.
I own one of I'm a computer consultant, and I build computers here in Honolulu for many years.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to let you know that I've been an official beta test site for many months, and I've been banging on Windows 95 for over a year and a half. And it's a great program, and this is where we're going into the future. Right now, to make this transition, you and I and everybody else are going to have problems. For example, I'm using an Adeptec AHA 2940 fast wide SCSI 3 hard disk drive controller with a 2 gigabyte hard drive.
Right.
And, well, this will give you about 155 megabytes per second data transfer rate and burst mode speed. Windows 95 didn't have drivers for it. I'm using a Matrox, one of their high-end video cards you can possibly buy. It's about a $1,000 card with 4 megs of VRAM.
And it didn't recognize it?
No, it didn't have drivers for it.
Now, see, you're the second person who said that it hasn't had drivers for the video card.
Yes, sir. But as soon as I went out to Matrox, and they're up in Canada, and, called their BBS and downloaded it, called Adaptec and downloaded the drivers, boom, everything is coming up. But the antivirus programs such as McAfee's, which is absolutely about the best you can buy.
I agree.
Norton's and PC Tools, these kinds of and even Photoshop if you're into multimedia like I am.
I am, and I do have Norton, and I do have PC Tools, and you're going to tell me they're not going to run.
No, and don't even try, because you can really, you can have long file names now in Windows 95,
right.
And you try Norton's on it, you're going to trash it. You're going to hurt yourself. So don't even try Norton. WordPerfect for Windows. A lot of people use that. I use Microsoft Word. But WordPerfect has got some bugs in it that's going to lock you up and give you some problems if you're doing certain things. Otherwise, a Quicken version 4.0. Quicken 3 runs better on Windows 95 than Quicken version 4.0 does.
All right, but you've given me more on the negative side than on the positive side.
Well, no, it's a good program. What it is it's a transition program to get us from 16-bit operating
It's a 32-bit, yeah, I know.
to 32-bit, and Windows NT is really where we should be right now, but that's made mainly for file servers.
Right.
And
right, I know somebody who just installed Windows NT, as a matter of fact. All right, well,
one good thing, if I could say it, please.
Yes.
And I listen to you every night, and I love your show. But Microsoft is coming out with it's Microsoft Office and Office Professional, and it's all recompiled and all done up for Windows 95. So anybody that's using Word and Excel and all those fine programs like that, in the next 30 to 60 days, you're going to see a complete flood of new applications recompiled and built for Windows 95.
Very good point.
It's a good place to be.
All right, sir, thank you. Yeah, but maybe it's not a good place to be yet. And, you know, what you just told me kind of supports what my deepest fears. And that is that a number of applications might not work. I really don't worry that it, you know, I have a Phantom 64 video card, and I don't worry that it won't recognize that. I think it would. I'm not so sure about the scanning device. I'm not so sure about like weather device card and some of the rest of that. I'm just not sure. But, you know, this man is right about one thing, and that is you're going to see a flood of rewritten applications for Windows 95 over the next few months. Maybe that'll make life a lot easier. Maybe a lot of what I depend on right now will be rewritten to be compatible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
How you doing, Art?
Okay.
I just wanted to say about the Windows 95.
Yes.
It's amazing you guys are so excited to have something that's so close to a Macintosh now. That's the way the whole Macintosh system is built up. It's so easy, and the bugs are worked out already.
I'm not jumping in on this one. I'm not going to do it.
It's just so funny because everybody's going like, "Oh, Windows 95, it's wonderful. It's so easy." That's the way Macintosh is built up. It's amazing. It's
sir,
really amazing,
sir. All right, fine. All right, I'll tell you that I think Macintoshes are going to be full of dust in garages all over America over the next 10 years, and it's going to IBM.
Not with the Power PCs.
Yeah, well,
the Power PC chips are blowing away the Pentiums. They're blowing away the Intels.
I don't know why I'm doing this. You baited me into it.
I didn't mean to bait you, but I mean it just surprises me because when I looked at just watching on TV about the 95.
Yes.
And the whole way it's all set up is the way Macintosh has been doing it for years.
All right, now you're beginning.
Like,
you're beginning.
Great, this is wonderful.
Sir, you're repeating yourself.
I know. I'm sorry about that, but I mean, it is amazing with the Power PCs because people always said that the Macintoshes weren't good because they didn't have the speed that the IBMs had. But with the Power PCs, they do have the speed now. In fact, they've got beyond the speed. I think the newest ones they're 132 megahertz.
Well, there'll be I understand that there'll be 130 or 40 megahertz chip out shortly for IBM.
Shortly, but Macintosh is already there, so I don't think you'll be seeing the Macintosh.
I'm blowing. I can't listen to any more of this, sir.
Okay. Well, have a good evening, Art, and all you guys with the 95s, have fun.
First time caller line. No, on my Windows 95 line. You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I'm just sort of curious, what's making you decide not to hold up to go to Windows 95?
Well, I mean, have you been listening?
Yeah, I mean, you know that the fact is that I'm here in the Seattle area.
You're in Seattle. Do you have Windows 95?
Yes, I have. I've worked with it for quite a long time.
Another beta tester.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I'm a little closer to the product than that.
So let's just let it out then. You work for Microsoft.
I work with Microsoft, yes.
All right, fine.
Yeah, I'm...
All right, give me your best argument.
One thing is that you can back out. You have ability to back out, and you can still leave your present Windows DOS configuration there. So if you're worried, there's one part possibilities right there is you can leave it there and not have to worry about it. You can stay there and decide what to go with. Another thing is for a lot of people, it is a much easier to use system than Windows 3.1 was.
Well, I think it is going to be easier for a lot of people, but you know that I don't care about that. I mean,
okay. What are you? I mean, one thing
obviously, I admit it. I'm intrigued by an entire new operating system. That's what this is. I recognize that.
That's good, and that's exciting, and that's what we what people. One of the good things about people should have. I mean, one of the things is your disk tools in your virus software.
Yes.
Yes, that's going to go bye-bye because of the fact that we use a different file system now with the long file names, which those softwares aren't aware of. There's that growing pain for everyone there.
Yeah.
And most of the manufacturers are ready or will be ready shortly for those. And
but hold it now. Pause.
Sure.
Doesn't that make a case for prudence? In other words, for sitting back and saying, look, 3.1.1 is running great, all my applications are running great, why am I not smarter to wait until the bugs are out, the applications are rewritten, many of them, for Windows 95. Why is it not smarter to do that?
Well, Art, by the way, my name's Douglas. The one thing which you got here is we already have inside the product a disk defragmenter. We have a disk scanner for bad sectors and stuff already in the product, so you do have some basic disk tools with you today.
Okay. What about the virus question? Now that's important because I do a lot of telecommunicating and up and downloading, and so now address that.
On that, from what I understood is, and I don't want to speak for the companies to cash checks for them, so what I understand is a couple of them supposedly tomorrow you might want to go give them a call. They probably have something already there for you.
Well, that's a guess.
That's something I think you should feel fairly confident about that way. A lot of them are there. The other thing is that a lot of your virus software,
yes,
I have found it to work fairly well for people as long as they use. I've used McCaffrey's under it before too, their later versions, to do it. Another thing with virus software, what you have to realize...
Can you use the old DOS MSAV? Will it do you any good with Windows 95?
It'll catch the viruses which it knows about today. The one thing with virus software in general is that virus software, you always have to constantly upgrade it anyway because unfortunately there's jerks in the computer world which want to damage your machines for some kick. I don't understand why, but
I know.
That way. So that's with it there too. I mean, even under DOS Windows 3.1,
all right, sir. Well, listen, I really appreciate the call. Thank you. That's obviously somebody on the inside. I've got a couple things I've got to do here. It's been fun. It's really tempting. You never know what I'll do when I get off the air here. You never know. I'm kind of hyped up about it. Windows 95. I played it just right last night, I think, and I waited. It came out at midnight. And I waited until 3 a.m. Pacific time, giving everybody, even here on the West Coast, lots of time to buy it at midnight, run home, load it into their computers, and then for an hour I opened the line and I asked people how they were doing on it. I want to know today. Now, just about everybody who was one of the frantic first buyers, and it was a frenzy, a consumer feeding frenzy, generated by probably one of the world's best PR jobs. Matter of fact, Bill Gates was with Jay Leno at Microsoft headquarters in Redmond, Washington. And Bill Gates, it surprises me that Jay Leno would stand there in behalf of all talk show hosts. Not that he's really a talk show host in that sense, but and allow Bill Gates to say, of course it was in humor, Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out. Leno just sort of stood there, looking like maybe he was challenged. Anyway, Windows 3, 1, and 1.1 is running on 100 million computers, or was, till now. So, you know, all I've got to say is I still haven't done it. I'm still running scared. Have not booted. I've got it. I've got it on CD here, but I've not booted it into my computer, and I'm still going to wait. I want kind of mixed reviews last night. Some people said, well, couldn't find my video card, or didn't have a driver for my video card, or whatever, and so, you know, I don't know. I can't make up my mind. Somebody did send me a fax late in the show that never got aired. I do not want to get into the Macintosh, the Mac IBM fight. Apple's out there somewhere. But I did get this fax referring to Mac users. Dear Art, these Mac fascists really bug me sometimes. So you pay $4,000 for a Mac, then add a $2,000 board so that it runs like a $2,000 PC. A few years ago, I met a Mac fascist who thought that 16.8 million color capability was only available on Macs. Funny, IBM's running Targa boards had that 2 years before the first Mac came out. Frankly, Mac users are so brainwashed, they haven't got a clue what goes on the PC side. Especially ignorant of the fact that the basic principle of the Mac's visual interface was developed at the Xerox Research Center in Palo Alto in the 70s. And that principle is, make it so someone with kindergarten pointing skills can operate it. Very impressive, Mac. Signed, Jeff. Well, I don't want to get into that fight, and I'm not gonna. But I did think that was cute. Do you have Windows 95?
No, I'm a programmer and I use computers quite often.
Yes.
And like you, I find DOS, I'm just secure with DOS. I don't like Windows, I don't like mouses. I'm a keyboard type user.
I like Windows.
I just never really did. I know, I understand 9 out of 10 people use it, but maybe I'm just using
I do. I like both. I like DOS and I like Windows. And I would be sad not to have DOS anymore.
Yeah.
Now, that's probably. I'll tell you. I've been a ham radio operator all my life. In the early days of ham radio, we operated on AM, just like regular AM stations.
Yeah.
And then along came sideband, something called single sideband. Makes you sound a little like Mickey Mouse. But it was far more efficient, did not use as much frequency or bandwidth, so more people could be on. It went farther, more efficiently, but I couldn't stand it. I loved the good old quality of AM, and I resisted for years and years and years. And just like I'm kind of resisting Windows 95 right now. All right, thank you very much. I'm just kind of stuck in my ways. Maybe that defines conservative. I don't know. Maybe that's the conservative part of me. I've been so close, I'm telling you. I put Windows 95 in there, and I pushed the button, and I've done the first initial things. And it's good because it always gives you the chance to chicken out and restore, and every time I've taken that opportunity and I've chickened out and moused out, you might say. Wild card line, you're...
Well, stop me if I'm treading on dangerous ground here, but the big broadcaster here in Cincinnati, J-Core,
yes,
is taking over your channel in Rochester.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we're on a bunch of J-Core stations all over the country.
Well, rumor had it at one time that they were going to put on a different show on that 50,000 watt station. That was a rumor that reached me.
You mean an all-night show?
Yeah, a trucking show.
Oh, a trucking show. Well, they might. You never know. But I'll tell you this: we're number one.
Well, that's with
I've got the survey for Rochester, and we've been #1 for a long time.
Yeah, with the stuff you do, I don't know what I would want to change up there.
Well, I can tell you about the truckers, and I will. I don't mind discussing this. There are a number of truckers networks out there, and what the truckers do, first of all, let me tell you about my show. We do not charge radio stations for this program. It's what's called a barter basis, okay?
Right.
And that means they get to run their commercials, and we run ours, and everybody's happy, and they don't have to pay us. The majority of syndicated radio programs are marketed that way. The truckers networks, because of the nature of their programming, which is not necessarily all that popular to the average person, is not of interest to these radio stations except for one thing. They pay up to $1 million a year. So obviously, if a radio station gets offered $1 million a year versus a barter show, there's no contest. And if they don't care about their ratings, then they grab the million and run, and I really can't blame them.
Well, the story on this one is that the J-Corps flagship station here in Cincinnati carries it, and I think they would like to establish a network and would like to hook on to a couple of 50,000 watters. And they have, or it's pending, the getting of WHAM in Rochester.
Right.
And
the
rumor was that it was going to go on there, and perhaps I'm telling things out of school that they don't want to let out yet.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Look, if J-Corps does that, it's what they do. We're on a lot of J-Corps stations around the country, but as I said to you, it's really hard to fight somebody who walks in and plunks down $1 million.
Yeah, or if the company owns it and they say we want to establish our own network.
Well, and that's why they would be doing it, for money. So it's all money driven.
It's an interesting time with radio and the various companies gobbling up lots of radio stations.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure it's all bad or all good. It's a two-edged sword.
I will tell you this though. By survey, we've got gazillions more truckers that listen to this show than any of the truckers' networks. Period.
Well, who knows? Maybe we can talk the local J-Corps station into putting it on here.
Could be.
It sure would be better than, say, Rush Limbaugh reruns overnight.
Well, I like Rush, but, he's Rush does one thing and we do another, and this one fits what is on at night, and Rush fits what's on during the day.
Thanks, Art.
Thank you. Take care, sir. I'm going to prove something to you, and what I told that caller, there are a lot of truckers networks out there right now, so-called truckers networks, and they somehow think they cater to truckers. They play some country and western music, and I guess they talk about traffic jams. I don't know what the truckers networks do, frankly. But for a long time I've known that we have gazillions of truckers listening. So I'm going to ask why I do this. I don't know, but I want to prove a point. So for the next 30 minutes, I want everybody out there to hang up. Stop calling. On all lines, stop calling. That means on the first-time caller line, the wildcard line, the international line, the east of the Rockies line, the west of the Rockies line, hang up. Okay? And I want to open all my lines for truckers. Only for truckers. I want to prove a point. You should see I get hundreds, thousands of letters and email from truckers. And there is no question about it. And what I would like is the view of truckers. In other words, do you guys sit out there and listen to the Truckers Network because you're a trucker? Or do you listen to this program because of the subject material? I really would like to know. So, as usual, I will just ask, would everybody else please hang up? Anyway, they've been asking me to do this for a long time. So all my lines, and I'll give out the numbers, are open for the next 35 minutes only for truckers. And I would like to get your comments, because what that caller said is true. These truckers networks are going around and sucking up these big 50,000-watt nighttime stations so they can specifically program to truckers. And though I haven't done a lot of listening, I believe that the primary content of the programming is, I guess, country music, because they figure truckers like country, which is somewhat true, and whatever else they do. So I'm going to close all my lines for everybody, every normal person out there, and I'm hereby opening my lines only to truckers, and I'm going to ask you guys what you listen to and what you know about out there. And let the affiliates, the radio stations out there, sit and listen. And maybe some of the programmers out there will realize as they hear this, which I know they're going to, that programming specifically designed for a trucker is not necessarily what a trucker listens to, you know? I mean, they've got a radio dial, they tune across, they can listen to anything. So, that's it for the next 35 minutes. If you're not a trucker, hang up and let the truckers get through. And what I'm going to do is, I'm about to prove a point. Truckers only. Let's see if we can do it, okay? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello, are you a trucker?
Yes, I am. I'm off tonight. I'm not in my truck.
All right.
I don't know anybody that doesn't listen to you, to be honest with you.
What about all these truckers networks?
Like, the TRM, you know, some of the old fogies listen to that stuff, but, I run down the road at night, and somebody hollers on the CB and says, "Did you hear what he just said?" And they're always talking about, whoever you have on tonight.
Right. I'm trying to prove a point, and you're really helping me. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. For the next 30 minutes, truckers only. From the high desert, this is CBC. I hear a lot of these trucker shows begging for calls. Well, I'm going to prove a point to you right now. Truckers only for the next half hour. All telephone numbers. Everybody else, hang up. Truckers talk to each other. They've got CB. They've got other communication devices. They sit at truck stops. They know what they listen to. So you watch and you listen carefully, because we're about to prove a point. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? Where are you?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma somewhere, huh?
Yeah, south of Oklahoma City.
All right. Well, what do you know about what truckers listen to?
I don't like the stereotype, don't fit it, don't listen to country crap.
Well, now, I wouldn't say country crap.
Well, I would.
Well, that's all right.
They give us tapes to listen to with the company. I've got 3 trucks. Most of my drivers listen to you. We talk about it when we're together. And we turn CB off and listen to you when we're alone most of the time. And I don't know. I feel more informed that way.
All right, my friend. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. You're beginning to get the idea. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Art Bell.
Hi, where are you?
This is Lonnie in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Art, I just got one thing several things, but one thing in particular. Truckers are probably one of the most individualistic people in the world.
You bet they are.
And to try to stereotype us as country and westerns music lovers, that's ridiculous, for one. If anything, I think probably every driver has their own individual network. Just real quick, from here to Klamath Falls to Portland, I pick you up on about 4 different stations on the back roads I have to take.
Right.
North of Klamath, I pick you up on KAGO here in Klamath Falls. I pick up a station out of Las Vegas for a while.
Right, KXNT.
And the station out of Portland, I can't remember the call letters, though.
KEX.
And then when I'm up against it and I can't get the signal, I pick up Como out of Seattle.
Como, 1000, yes, sure.
And
All right, the only point I was trying to prove is that truckers are not stereotyped, and because you present something called a truckers network doesn't automatically mean truckers are going to go and listen to it.
No, that's ridiculous. You know, most of these people that put these networks together are ex-truckers probably themselves, and you know, they're from a different age. Most of your truck stops are owned by ex-truckers who are, you know,
sure,
in their 60s and 70s, and this is what they did. And it's just totally different today.
I appreciate the input, sir. Thank you. East of the Rockies, somewhere or another, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
Yep, I'm out. I'm on I-75 south of about the 127-mile marker, headed for Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And I listen to you, Art, every night.
Well, do you get a sense from CB or at truck stops of what people listen to?
Oh, yeah, we were just talking about you tonight at the terminal, about all the things you had on the air, and it's real interesting. I'll tell you, we really feel sorry for the people from Desert Storm. We really hope that something gets done there, and that the President of the United States here recognizes that these guys were given their lives and their families didn't bargain for this, and that hopefully this thing gets straightened out and we get these guys on the right track.
I hope so. Listen, what is your attitude about these so-called truckers networks?
Well, I think there is a lot of people who listen to you. A lot of truckers, you know, they really look for something that piques their interest, and you do a heck of a job. I'm not a conservative, but I'll tell you something. I really respect you because you're pretty darn fair, and that's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm just looking for somebody who piques my interest and someone who's fair, because just bashing somebody from the other side is no good, you know.
I know. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. And what I'm trying to prove here is that truckers are not a class unto themselves in the sense that they can be programmed to and they will automatically go to the Truckers Network, whatever it is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I'm calling from Juba's Truck Stop in Portland.
Yes, sir.
I've listened to you since last November. I heard about you at a truck stop, and you're my late night. I turn off the CB and listen to you until you go off in the morning.
Gee, even the CB goes off.
That's right.
Yikes. Well, truckers are not exactly stereotyped anymore, are they? In other words, because you put on a truckers network doesn't mean that the truckers all listen to it, huh?
No, you get tired of the music. Music gets to the point where you get sleepy, but I don't have that trouble listening to you.
All right, my friend. Thank you very, very much, and I appreciate the support. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, my old friend.
Hi.
I used to listen to you all the time when I was out on the road.
You did, huh?
Yeah, I drove for 14 years over the road. Now I'm a night dispatcher for a trucking company.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Now, the main reason that I listen to you is that it kept my mind active. And late at night when I'm rolling down the road and I listen to country music or rock music, any type of music, really, it's a mood depressor. It either depresses you and puts you to sleep, or you just keep hearing the same thing and you get bored. But on your show, everything was all new. It was exciting. It got your mind thinking.
And the time passes quickly.
Yes, it does.
Uh-huh. Yes. I hear you. When I've done a lot of cross-country driving, and talk radio has kept me company, so I know.
Yeah.
It's just that, you know, these truckers networks are trying to sell the broadcasting industry on the fact that because they put a truckers network on, that's what the truckers are going to listen to.
No.
I know.
Truckers listen to basically anything, but at night, the majority of them that I know of all listen to talk shows, and then at night I have a satellite system that I can talk to trucks with, and we're always communicating back about your show.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you very much. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir. Where are you?
I'm in my rig right now. I work for the post office in Tampa, and I listen to your show every night.
In Tampa, Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. That's very interesting. Way down there, huh?
Yeah, I'm calling on a cell phone in my rig right now.
I can tell. Well, what is your attitude about these so-called trucker networks?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm listening to you on AM 570. I don't listen to trucker networks. I don't like country. I'm a rock and roller.
Actually, I am too.
I just like your show because of the subject matter. You know, Mel's Hole and all that, and Frank Bell and the people you have on there. It's just a good show. It's a great show.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, is this our sound?
I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better?
A little bit. Are you a trucker?
Yes, I am.
Where are you?
I am calling from a payphone in Utah here, just outside of Parowan, Utah.
Okay. Well, what about you? Obviously, you're listening to this program now, but what is your attitude about the Truckers Network, so-called?
I've been out here for 2 years, and I've only listened to it once. I don't really care for it at all. I don't like the music or anything. Only complaint that I have about your show is when I'm going down the road, I usually have to go through 2 or 3 stations to keep listening to your show. I love your show.
I thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just simply trying to prove a point. Thank you very much for making the call. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is John from Highland, California, and
Hello.
I'm a trucker.
Yes, hi, John.
And I listen to your show every night at home and out on the road. That is when I can find it. All I need to do is get a list of where your stations are, but yeah.
Well, by the way, we do have a full and complete list on our website. If you're ever able to get up there, you can print it out and find out every station across the country.
That'd be great.
All right, my friend, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello there.
Actually, I think it's 1200.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off.
Okay, it's off.
Okay, where are you?
Okay, I'm down here just north of Wichita, Kansas.
Yes, sir.
And I'll tell you, I'd rather listen to you than any of the Truckers Networks because, well, I mean, like the other driver said, it keeps your mind active. It keeps you thinking.
Well, what do you hear from other truckers? I'm sure you must talk to other people about what they listen to.
Oh, I do. I try to convert them over to listening to you because I talk to them about you, and they say, well, that sounds pretty interesting. It's better than music, and they'll listen.
All right, my friend, thank you. From out in the middle of that's Heartland country. On my international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. Sounds like it's unanimous.
Where are you?
I'm in Kananaskis, Alberta, Canada.
Are you a trucker?
Part-time, yeah.
So you listen when you're on the road?
Yes. Yeah, I drive a snowcat out to the wilderness and then hop in that and do my thing. I was actually out there when you played your Yeti yell, and you're right. You don't want to be in the middle of nowhere.
No, you don't. Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Joe, and I had to turn down the radio.
Hi, Joe.
Just want to say that the reason that I listen to the show is because it's an uppity show. Nobody wants to listen to this crap and this politics about everybody, and sad things and people putting everybody down. I like to listen to people that are talking about positive things like Gil Gross and you and Bruce Williams and things that make you happy. And the show keeps me interesting, and for all the other truck drivers, I'd just like to say that.
All right. We'll get back to more truckers in a moment. We're going to do that through the top of the hour. All right. I'm just trying to prove a point, and I think I'm doing it very well. Let me continue through the top of the hour. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hi, from a fellow ham and a trucker.
All right.
I just want to let you know, me and a bunch of other trucker-type hams, I'm in Loudon, Tennessee. Name is Nick, and I run Virginia and the Carolinas, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
But there's a bunch of us get together on a pretty good coverage repeater in the middle of the night, about a half a dozen of us, sometimes more or less. And we listen to you, and during the breaks, we talk to each other on 2 meters and talk about what's going on. So really enjoy your show.
Well, what I'm trying to do is to talk to the broadcasters, in a sense, and let them hear from you guys, because I know we've got more truckers listening than these so-called truckers networks.
Yeah, they're kind of stale. I'm in Charlie Douglas's Road Gang and stuff like that. I've been on the road off and on for about 20 years or so. Of course, I don't fit the stereotype anyway. I don't wear Tony Lama boots and don't have a chain drive wallet, but and I'm a rock and roller too. But the truckers nets, I guess, are okay if you want to hear a weather forecast in Southwest Missouri when you're in Eastern Tennessee. But no, I really enjoy your show, and like I said, there's a bunch of us out here, and you're the topic of conversation during the breaks.
I thank you, my friend. Thank you very much for the call. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
John in Colorado.
How are you doing, John?
Great. Just making another run, doing it 5 nights a week.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just got to say, we listen to y'all, our whole company does. We're all across the nation, but
We never listen to the other station, the trucker station.
So you guys are not glued to the Truckers Network, so-called?
What's that? We're not glued to what?
The Truckers Network, so-called.
No. There's nothing on there that'll keep you awake. At least with your show, we have something to think about, keep us awake all night, get us to our terminals.
I appreciate the call, my friend. Thank you. And you truckers might call the broadcasters, the stations, that you listen to, and let them know what I'm proving right now. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
Mike in Wyoming tonight.
Hi, Mike.
A lot better than the trucking shows, I gotta tell you, every night.
Well, I've been telling people this for a long time, but I thought after the call I had, I'd finally take about a half hour and try to prove it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art pal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Roger, calling from Nebraska.
Nebraska, all right?
Yeah. I had to turn the CB down.
All right.
Yeah, just still calling on truckers there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you're in a truck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had to turn everything off. But I've been listening for about 3-4 years now. I've been out here for 9, just driving at night, but you got a good show there.
Well, would you think that we can get to more truckers right here, or do you think the Truckers Network get them?
Oh, right here. I don't even know Truckers Network. You ever heard it?
All right, I appreciate your call. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. No, you're not. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing, Art?
I'm all right. Where are you?
I'm always in Charlotte, North Carolina. I got to deliver loading this morning. I came all the way from Seattle with this load, and I'm here in Charlotte, and I've listened to you every night, the whole trip. And the trucking shows that they're talking about.
Yes.
I just heard a caller call and say they're boring. They are boring, and they got them for a reason. They're trying to get news out and stuff, but it's not necessary. And all this money, the millions of dollars you're saying they're giving to these radio stations, they ought to put it towards a lobby group. That's what they're wanting to do, is try to get things done for the trucking industry.
Right.
If they would put these millions of dollars towards lobby groups, in Congress and try to help get stuff done, it'd be a better purpose. And let them go ahead and do it. They'll see that their ratings drop, and just like we can't ignore DOT out here on the road, a radio station can't ignore ratings, and when their ratings totally drop, they're going to turn around and change.
You are exactly right, my friend. Thank you. But, of course, temporarily, they get very attracted by the money, and they think that that's what the truckers are listening to because they call it a truckers network. They think that's what truckers are listening to. Well, I could have taken 1 million more, but I thought I'd give you 30 minutes of an example of what the truckers are listening to. So, guys and gals, thank you. And if you listen to a station, take a minute, call them up, and let them know what you really listen to.
Now, here again, Art Bell.
All right, we're open for anything. Open lines once again. Thank you, everybody. Just wanted to prove a point, that's all. I've been hearing about this for years, truckers networks. Like, you start a truckers network and automatically the truckers come, sort of like in Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. Well, it's not that way. Truckers are no different than anybody else, and they like interesting talk radio the same as anybody else does. But this is related to women, so I thought I would toss it in as well. The late ABC show did a piece on women in bathrooms, and it's all extremely sad. Apparently, women don't have, or one of their biggest complaints, period, is that they do not have bathrooms. There are not bathrooms for women, or enough bathrooms for women. So I wonder what you make out of that. Not enough bathrooms for women. They showed long, long lines for women. And women were complaining bitterly that going to events, movies and stage shows, and wherever it is that women go, there are not enough women. Moreover, it takes them more time in the bathroom. Now, all of this may seem silly, but some women are getting so incensed, and in a hurry, that they're marching into men's rooms, which they say are empty or nearly empty. And it's it's a real horror. I mean, I would be horrified to be the one guy in a men's room and have a troop of ladies, or a lady or a troop of ladies, come marching in, demanding to be able to use the facility alongside myself. That would bother me. So I wonder if it would bother you. Anyway, that's a little more news on women, and women out there may wish to confirm it and say, yes, it is true, Art, or it's a bunch of baloney, and they were just doing a kind of a story that looks interesting. I have a feeling, kind of a sneaky suspicion, that it's probably true. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art from Kogo Land.
Hello.
Hey, I would be, well, you know, the stuff about women using men's bathrooms.
Yeah.
I might be a little concerned if somebody like Betty Friedan or Bella Abzug walked in and was standing next to me using the urinal the same way I do.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're humored by all of this. I'm not. I think that if a woman came traipsing into the men's room while I was there, I would scream. And this, dear Art, you haven't touched on something you need to mention about women's bathrooms. I don't believe there is extra time spent in front of the mirrors. This is from Vince in Boulevard. Well, you're naive, Vince, but he does go on to make a good point. Did you ever notice women seem to go into the bathroom in pairs? It's true. This is especially noticeable at any athletic event, not stadium events, but little athletic events like girls' softball and so forth. Girls go to the bathroom in pairs. Why? To gab. Women gab, gab, gab. Vince in Boulevard. Yeah, I think Vince makes a good point, but I think there's still extra mirror time. I mean, the original faxer talked about a time and motion study. And, you know, that, I really believe that in any time motion study, ugly a thought as it might be, I think women just waste a lot of time and motion. And as Vince points out, they do go in pairs. It's like they can't go by themselves. They've got to have support. Go with somebody they know. I never have figured that one out either, but it's just one of the many mysteries about women. Maybe some woman would like to call and explain, or even try to explain, why women use the restroom in pairs. Why it's important for one. In fact, they'll ask each other, you ready to go? Well, yeah, let's go. And up together they go, and they go. And we all know it takes time. So, you know, I don't know that their complaints are all that valid. I mean, last night's program showed women in very long lines trying to get into the bathroom, some of them looking very fidgety and nervous and anxious. And the men's room available. And it's because, for men, the bathroom is not a place where you socialize. It's a place where you go to get a job done, you know, and then you're out. Anyway, enough of that.
Tonight's an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 21st, 1995.
Hey, Art. The rumored stories about women who are weary and miserable from standing in long restroom lines at restaurants and events are all true. The phenomenon has been occurring for 5 or 6 years. We have lots of time at that location to complain about this obvious inequity. Last weekend, I desperately braved the stronger sex, invaded their designated territory, and stood guard, enabling a few of us to use public facilities and get back to the event that we all had paid for. We are not created equal in this regard, as any time and motion study would reveal. Frankly, I believe too many men think that we have a bathroom fixation, and that this is something to tease us about. Well, we aren't laughing anymore, so if any architects are out there listening, please change this or prepare for more invasions from women with a purpose. SMA in Portland. Sorry. More invasions, huh? Promised. Boy. Dear Art, The cheap and simple solution to the bathroom problem: remove all of the mirrors. J.K. in Oregon. Well, that's not a bad. I'll tell you what we could do. You could sure make a study, couldn't you? You could have 2 ladies' rooms, and in one of them you could remove all of the mirrors, and in the other you could leave them in, and then you could see over a period of time, just like with the little highway counters, how fast they go in and how fast they come out. Maybe we could prove something there. I am suspicious, and I think that our friend of the facts here a little while ago had it right, of women who go in pairs to the bathroom. Does any woman out there wish to try to explain that to all the men out here? Probably not. From Bryn Marie in San Francisco, same subject, bathrooms. I don't suppose you've thought of this, or maybe you have, but it's not as easy for women to perform number one as it is for a man. We have a lot of clothing to undo generally. If we're out for an evening function, there's pantyhose involved and so forth. Yeah, I know all that. The reason it takes longer for a woman to perform the same bodily function as a man is we have to get undressed. Believe me, primping has nothing to do with it. Honest. I've had the occasion to be in bathrooms labeled for either or neither gender, and men primp too. Oh, yeah? Hardly. Bryn, if I could get away with unzipping one zipper to answer nature's call, I certainly would. Signed, Bryn. Well, look, I am allowing, and I do understand, that women have clothing that men don't that must be removed. Fine. Having said that, and even allowing for that, I'd be willing to wager you money that a time and motion study, as suggested by an earlier faxer, would clearly show that women primp more, gab more. I mean, if not, then I want someone to call and explain to me why they go in pairs. Men don't do that, I guarantee you. Men don't do that. You never turn around, hey, Joe, you ready to go? Well, yeah. Well, not yet. No, let's wait a while. Well, I can't. Well, okay, then we'll go. Never, I guarantee. There's never a conversation like that between men. Never. Why is there among women?
Anyway, the reason why girls go to the bathroom in pairs, and sometimes even more than pairs,
yes,
is it's the safest way for us to go to the bathroom. We know that we are safe if we're together in a group.
Why would
you? If you're one alone, some bad guy might grab you and hurt you.
On the way to the bathroom?
On the way to the bathroom. Nothing's safe on this earth. That's why we have not brought forth our craft. We are scared of these people.
But women were going arguably together to the bathroom in pairs, or more, as you put it, even before, I mean, when I was young.
Correct.
So,
did your mother not ever tell your sister that if you ever go out, make sure you go out double dating only? And if you go to the restroom or to some other place, make sure you go in pairs? Didn't your mother ever say that to your sister?
I wouldn't have any idea.
You have no sisters?
I have 2 sisters, but I would not have been part of that conversation.
I guess that in this day of time, we females speak about things more openly than we did in those days and times.
All right, well, from an alien, and a young one at that, there is an apparent answer. I don't know if I believe that. Fear. Really? Fear? Is that it? Afraid to go to the bathroom? Come on, I don't believe that. At fairly prestigious events, where, though the line may be long, it's safe. No, I don't think I buy that. There's more to it than that. There's a social thing about it, I suspect. Something about it. Some social interaction that only can occur when 2 ladies go to the restroom together. So I'm not buying the safety thing. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Bitchin'. Hi, Art. How you doing?
Bitchin'. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
What's Art Bell?
Probably.
I'm calling from Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana.
Yes, about the women going to the bathroom.
Yes. Do you have an admission to make, or?
No.
No?
I don't know. I just have to have someone to go with me. And the
You say
thing
you did you say you do have to have someone?
No, I don't.
Well, but many women do.
Yeah, that's true.
So why?
I have no idea on that.
Since you're not part of it.
No. But one thing...
You've got a very bad line.
I know. In the bathrooms, there's only so many booths, and it takes a long time for women to move through the line that way.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to leave the line because it's really awful. It's crackling and crunching, and you need to call the phone company and tell them to get out there. The sound you just heard, that kind of a whining sound, is usually produced by some sort of resistance, frequently water. So a lot of times the sound you just heard means you've got water in your lines. And you need to have a phone company out, and they need to come take a look at it. Anyway, so she was an individual denied pairing with other women. But we all know, most men know, that most women do it. So what do I get the exceptions? Anybody out there want to admit it and tell why? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, KSO, Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Right.
Excellent.
I just wanted to, about the bathroom issue. I just have observation. Why women take longer than men.
Well, okay. I mean, we know about the clothing part. Now give us something beyond that.
Okay, have you ever tried to fight with the toilet paper dispensers in public bathrooms?
Now, how do you figure that's, well...
Well, see, guys just shake it off and they're on their way.
Well, yeah, well, all right, I mean, all right, that's maybe a little something. Yeah, they are annoying. Sometimes you can't find the end. There is no end there. It just keeps turning.
Right, or sometimes there's none and you have to get some from your neighbor, passed under the stall. So, that's one idea.
I don't think I'd ask. Hey, over there, how about some paper? Can you pass some paper over? I've never done such a thing. My big question is, why do women go in pairs? Now that really is an important question, because I think it adds to it. Now, you can't tell me that two girls who don't know each other and feel like gabbing don't use the opportunity to go to the bathroom as a place to gab.
Well, yeah, we do.
See, men don't do that. So if you're looking for an honest-to-God difference between men and women and bathroom time, you know, I mean, it's getting serious, and women are breaking into men's bathrooms and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
You have?
Only in bars.
Really?
Well, just a couple of times.
See, to me, that's frightening.
Well, I don't make a practice of it, but...
Well, let me try this out on you.
Okay.
If a man were to do the opposite and break into a woman's room, what do you think would happen to that man?
Well, he'd probably get...
Jail time. Jail time is what he'd get. All right, thank you very much for the call, but I think we can all see through it. Can't we, guys? The two women at a time thing is what busted you. See, everything else might be explained. Yeah, sure, a little extra time because you got to fool with the dispenser. I'll give you that. But given that, there's still a gigantic disparity to the degree that women are breaking into men's rooms now. And I say that is caused primarily by two women going at a time. Now, if women would stop that practice, I'll bet you the time in the bathrooms would be cut by, I'm going to say by half. And how much would that alleviate the problem? Probably totally. Wouldn't even be an issue. So we're going to do a little truth this morning about this. Wildcard line, you're on the air. What is your first name?
Corey.
Corey.
Yeah.
And where are you, Corey?
I'm on Stanwood.
You're where?
Stanwood.
Stanwood what?
Washington.
Washington. All right, good. Go ahead.
I got a little idea why women go to the bathroom in groups.
Why?
I think it's because they're trying to figure out some way how to make our lives just a little bit more miserable.
Oh, that one doesn't really wash. I mean, so what if they both get up and go together? Who cares? Why would that affect the lives of the men who are going to sit there and watch the event anyway? There's a deeper, buried sociological reason that women are refusing to talk about, else one would have called up by now and told the truth, and they haven't. Have you noticed?
Yeah, a little bit.
I get one woman who claims to be a rebel from Montana. But all my life, and I never thought about it until the guy faxed me, all my life I've noticed it's a truth. Women do that, but I just it never occurred to me before, except now they've got this big thing where women are complaining there's not enough bathrooms for women. And so they're going into men's rooms. And so there's some very serious reason, sir, thank you, why they go together. Sociological reason. I don't know what it could be. But I know that it is part of the problem. And the sooner they realize that, the sooner they'll have to stop breaking into men's rooms because they don't have enough time. That's what I think. Dear Art, on this restroom situation, the lack of knowledge and understanding from you men is really making me angry. Primp time in front of the mirror and gab time with a girlfriend are not the reasons that it takes so long to get one woman in and out of a bathroom stall. Please take into consideration the following movements undertaken by any woman in a public facility. 1. Open door to stall. 2. Lock door to stall. 3. Find a place to put handbag. 4. Line the seat with paper. 5. Undo belts, buttons, zippers, etc. 6. The obvious. 7. Redo belts, buttons, zippers, etc. 8. Unlock door and wash hands. Now, if women, she says, would not redress themselves inside the stall, it would definitely help. Lynn, listening in North Hollywood. I don't buy it all, Lynn. List or not, I don't buy it all. There is a reason women go together. It's a sociological reason, and I don't believe that they don't gab. I don't believe they don't talk. I know damn well they go to the restroom to talk about the guys. Right? So, are they talking stall to stall? Probably not. When do they do their talking? They get out and they look in the mirror and they primp and they talk about what's going on and the guys and stuff like that. And they talk and talk and talk. And that's so, in other words, a lot of this complaint about not enough bathroom time is the woman's fault. Isn't it? They just don't want to face up to it, but it's the truth. And I'll tell you this. There's damn little conversation that goes on between men. You women don't know. Those of you who haven't yet broken into a men's room wouldn't know. Men don't use it as a social gathering place. You go in there, you get your business done, and you leave. It's not a place where you talk about events, or friends, or have casual little conversations, or do this or that. Yes, granted, no handbag. Maybe that takes an extra second or two. But basically, the problem is much deeper, and it has to do with talking. And women just don't want to admit that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Art Desboni, Foster City, California. How are you doing tonight?
Fine.
You've missed the whole point of this bathroom issue.
I suppose I have.
I can't believe I'm discussing this on nationwide radio. Anyway, the biggest problem, most of your event facilities have a separate area with sinks and mirrors where the women do their gabbing. The big problem is you have only an average of from 3 to 6 stalls in each bathroom.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter, because if the primping and mirroring part has to be a part of it, then when they are there gabbing, they are backing everything up, so to speak. And the ones in the stalls can't very well come out to the mirrors and gab until the gabbers move on.
That actually doesn't stop the stall line at all. If you think of it just numerically, say 3 minutes. You got 4 stalls. You can only put 88 women through there in the course of an hour. Now, how many men can use a men's room in the course of an hour? I've never been in one.
Well, the answer is many more, because they don't sit there and gab. Now, I appreciate your call, but I don't buy what you're saying. If part of the experience for the woman is getting in front of the mirror, having a little talk, primping a little bit, then it backs up the whole system, because you've got the one in the stalls that have got to make it into mirrors. They can't very well come out of the stalls until the mirrors are clear, right? So the line stays backed up. No, sir, I'm not buying it. It's a very different sociological effect or custom, men and women. And as far as I know, there's about as many women's rooms as there are men's rooms. It's not like there's some great shortage of women's rooms across the country. In almost any place I've ever been, you name it, restaurant, event place, whatever, if you've got a men's room, you've got a ladies' room. Only in very tiny places will they have one common for both, you know, where you go in and you lock the door, and then the next person uses it. Otherwise, there's no great shortage of women's rooms. They've got the room just like the men. It's just that they utilize it in a far less efficient way. Obviously.
I had something that happened to me in a men's room at a medical facility. I was just turning around from the urinal, and there was about a 10-year-old girl in there with her dad and her brother. And I tell you, that was kind of disheartening there.
Yeah, that might be
something like that.
Well, right, but that occurs. That's disheartening, perhaps. But this new custom, that's why we're talking about this, because there is this threat now, not even so subtle, that women are going to begin actually invading men's rooms in order to get what, God knows what, probably an increase in facilities, whatever it is they're after. They're going to invade men's rooms. Now, that's not just unsettling, that's just uncivilized. And I don't know what I'd do if I saw some woman come bursting into a men's room. So I guess it's getting pretty serious. I mean, they're running pieces. 2020 ran a piece. Was it 2020 or Dateline last night? I don't know. But a whole piece on this very problem. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Helen in Roswell.
Roswell, New Mexico.
Uh-huh, yeah. All right, I wanted to ask a question. I wanted, first of all, to mention that, you know, sometimes in these ladies' rooms, the latches don't work a lot of times on the booths.
Well,
and
then,
having another female kind of guard the door is kind of nice.
Well, then protest to get the latch fixed, not to go over to the guy's room.
Oh, I never went to the guy's room.
Art, why women go to the bathroom in groups is a Darwinian issue. It's a vestigial pack instinct. Do not use my name. One other thing. One other thing. Is he afraid? He's probably afraid of an attack. One other thing. Do you believe that all liberals and all Democrats are as out of touch as Charlie, an interested liberal in Fairbanks, Alaska? Darn, I want to use his name. And his address and phone number, too, if I had those. But I won't. Have you noticed there's a lot of fear on this issue, isn't there? Why are people afraid of this? It's because they're afraid of women. That's why. I think a lot of men are absolutely scared to death of women. And he pictures a wild, angry, frustrated mob of women at his door, ready to tear him to shreds. And I must say that fear is not entirely groundless. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How's it going? This is Ryan in Woodside, California.
All right.
And I think I got the origin of where women got together and go to the bathroom. And I think it's all from when women used to, or men rather, used to stand up to let the women go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And so I believe that in some sort of
in other words, well, like when you're at a movie theater or something, you got to stand, and so that instead of inconveniencing the men twice, they do it all at once.
You're correct. I think it's some sort of politeness thing that has just been handed down through the generation.
So it has become genetic.
Oh, I don't know about that. More.
Well, then,
more
why?
like a learned response, I guess.
Well, then, so then when the women are at the end of the aisle, they're not going to disturb anybody, and they still go together.
Right.
So how do you account for that?
Well, that's a good question. But I just always assumed, like in my mother's day, when women would get up during dinner, that all the men would stand, so that they wouldn't have to keep on getting up and down and up and down.
You mean in the polite old days?
Right. And so it's just becomes something that's just...
It's true these days. Should that occur, why, it doesn't even interrupt the chewing.
Right.
All right, thank you very much for the attempt and the call, but I don't think it has yet successfully been, although that was a good stab at trying to explain it. And that somehow then it became genetically, from that point, ingrained in women. But nah, there's more to it. You know it, I know it. And east of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art Vale.
Yes.
I'm a first-time caller.
Where are you?
I'm PJ, and I'm in Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee, and the mighty WMC.
Yes, I've been trying to get you for an hour and a half.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
Did a lady call you and talk any more about the reason why women went to the restroom in twos?
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of discussion about it, but I would say there's been no obviously true reason given.
Oh. Well, of course, I haven't been able to hear you for the last 50 minutes.
Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, if you've got the answer to the question.
A lot of times,
Yes.
ladies go to the restroom in twos because
Yes.
if they've never been there before, they don't know if there's doors on the stalls or if the lock on the door is broke. And women are a lot more modest than men, and they don't like for other ladies to open the door and walk in on them.
Yeah. Well, nobody likes that. Think men like that? They don't like that either.
Yeah.
There's easy ways to handle that. You put your foot up there and or your hand, and you just hold it closed. That's all.
Well, sometimes there's not enough room to put your hands up there and still sit on it.
Well, see, now, you're like some of the other callers that have called.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that doesn't, I mean, I'm sorry, it just doesn't ring true. I mean, as the reason. Because the issue here, and there really is an issue, is that women are actually breaking into men's rooms.
I've done it.
See? Now, here's another one. You've actually done that?
Yeah.
How could you do that?
Well, if I need to go bad enough, it's either, you know, go right there so everybody can see me or try to find some place I can go.
That's a good answer. But what I meant is, I mean, well, I guess I have to accept that answer.
Generally, the places I've done it is like in bars or places where there's only like, you know, one or two, you know, toilets in the place.
And where you can lock the door when you get inside?
Right, uh-huh.
Okay, but
something like that. But now in a public place, like at a sports arena or something like that, I've never done that.
Yeah, well, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about...
Well, see, there's another thing about ladies. Men, 90% of men do not wash their hands after they urinate.
Now, see, now, how do you...
But 99% of the women do because we have to.
Oh, well, all right. All right. Thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it, but I don't believe it. It is unfair and sexist to suggest 99% of the men do not wash their hands. I don't even think that's accurate. I don't even think that's accurate, and it's just another sort of lame offering about why women take longer. It's not true that 99% of the men don't wash their hands. Just not true. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art Bell.
Yes.
Great to hear from you. Let me turn my radio off.
Yes.
All right, I have the answer as to why women go to the bathroom in Paris.
God knows this has got to be solved shortly, or the program's going to end and we'll never know. Why?
All right, I'll make it quick. The reason for it is I've gone to some friends of mine to a lesbian bar, and what it is that the women go in pairs for the single fact that they're afraid of someone, like it's a numbers group thing, you know what I mean? If they're like in numbers, it's a lot safer, so they're worried about being approached when they go in.
If the women's... Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
If the women's...
I went to this bar and I didn't know it was
Sir, hold it. If the women's rooms are that crowded, as crowded as they're saying, so crowded they've got to break into men's rooms,
yeah,
then there's a big crowd in there and they don't have to worry about being alone.
Well, that's somewhat true. We're worried about being approached on the way to the bathroom. Think about it. I've been in a bar, and it was a gay bar, and I didn't know that. And I'm serious. Friends of mine, me and my roommate and I, which is a guy, we went to the bathroom together for the single fact of being afraid of being approached by, a gay person, being male, of course, and that's what we were worried about. And
I thought you said it was a lesbian bar.
Well, it was both. We thought it was, but we found out once we got in there that it was kind of a both type thing, and that's why we went in numbers like that. We were afraid to be approached by some guy.
Why did you go there in the first place?
Well, because we were with some girls that I work with, and they talked us into going to it just to see what it was like. They want us to, they wanted to show us their friends and whatnot. But we went there just to see what it was, because they were asking us to go for weeks.
So you two guys then, in that atmosphere, felt the need to protect each other.
Well, not necessarily protect each other. It was just that we figured that, if we would be safe. Once we got into the bar,
You'd be looked at as a couple.
Well, no.
In that atmosphere, oh yes, you would.
Not necessarily. We had quite a few friends with us. They could usually tell what you were, if you were gay or not.
Oh, really?
It was just a matter of being worried about it. Of course, we never got approached the whole time we were in there. But it was just a matter of being worried about it. So, I have never gone to the restroom with a guy in my life.
All right, well, look, all right, sir. Thank you. Exactly. See, most guys haven't. So I give up on this issue. I give up. It's obvious to me that nobody has a good answer. Maybe nobody's ever talked about it before. Maybe nobody's even ever brought this up before. So there is no good answer. Nobody knows the answer. There would have to be a study by a battery of psychiatrists, psychologists, something funded by the government, perhaps, long-term, surveys done, women questioned, and even then we probably wouldn't know.
I think women go to the restroom in groups to talk about men.
So do I.
Talk about sex.
So do I.
They do all their,
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's sex, but maybe it is. It may be. We have no way of knowing. But yeah, they go there to talk. I'm sure of it.
Now, what's up with that I can't get somebody to say something? Try it now. Are you there?
Art?
Yes.
Yes, this is the losing my mind line, right?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'm definitely feel like I'm losing my mind.
Are you going quickly or a little bit at a time every day?
Pretty quickly here. I'm fighting this thirst for blood that I've got right now.
You mean you don't mean human blood, do you?
Yes, I do, Art.
You do?
Yes. I like to take frequent walks in the woods we have here at night, and I was attacked, and I'm not sure quite what happened because it was just a blur.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. You were attacked. You were bitten by somebody?
Yes. It was dark, and whatever it was did come from above, in the trees, I think. I'm not sure.
So you mean it pounced on you, or it flew down and got you?
I'm not sure. The only thing I knew is the next thing I was on the ground, and I woke up in my basement.
Yes.
And this thirst for blood is the sickness that I'm feeling right now.
Yes, I get it. How long ago did this attack occur?
Art, this has been just in the past 24 hours.
Oh my God, this is fast.
Just happened.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm losing my mind. I'm going down fast. It's just very overwhelming. I can't even keep a straight mind.
Well, when you have a thirst for human blood, is it like? What can you compare it to? Is it like when you want chocolate ice cream, or even worse?
It's even worse than that. It's like when you don't have an appetite, but I'm very much in need for it. Something's pulling me towards that. I've even sliced a little bit of what I have on my neck myself where I was bitten, and that is what's pulling me. And
you mean you took a taste of your own?
Well, the smell, it's driving me crazy. I'm losing my mind.
It's like
I don't know what to say. I hope I make it through this night.
Stronger than bacon. So you might actually attack somebody.
Art, I hope not. I don't want nothing like this to happen. I always thought that vampires were not real. But I'm losing my mind, Art.
You really think you're a vampire?
If what I think happened, yes.
Have you noticed any change in your front teeth?
Nothing there.
Nothing there.
I'm just feeling very, very sick, pains. I'm feeling cold. I'm starting to feel very, very cold.
So like hunger pains, except it's thirst.
Yes.
And if you get this human blood, do you think you'll feel better? Is that the feeling you have?
Well, that's what every vampire movie tells you.
It is. All right. Well, it sounds like you're in. Yeah, it sounds like you're in pain.
Okay, Art. I needed to talk to somebody, that's for sure.
Well, I hope you feel better, and I hope you make it through the night. There is going to be a big moon, you know, a super big blood moon.
I know that's going to come. Can I put a shameless plug out there, too, for me, Art?
Well, as what? Vampire?
A group that I really love talking in.
What group is that?
It's Talking Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert.
Yes, really?
A bunch of good people.
Well, they may be a bunch of good people, but now they know they have among them.
I hope not. I'm a big supporter, but what happened, this is only the past 24 hours.
Well, make a posting. Maybe somebody will volunteer. Thank you for the call. You ever wonder if there's real vampires? Think you might have been one? All right. While we've got a moment, I'm going to pick up, I think, a call. And I'm going to go to, well, let's see. Let's go to Illinois. Hello, Illinois. Are you there?
Yes.
Extinguish your device, please.
Done.
Done? Great. Okay. What is your first name?
Rose.
A Rose by any other, right?
Yeah.
What part of Illinois are you in, Rose?
Iuka.
Iuka.
Population 600.
Really? That's a very small town.
I'm out in farm country.
So does everybody sort of know everybody in your town? I imagine they do.
Yeah, it's like everybody knows everybody.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, listen, welcome to the program. Do you have any thoughts, suggestions, ideas, criticisms, anything?
No criticisms. I love him. I cried when they took his show off the air. My husband, I was screaming and yelling at him, he's not on, that other radio show's on.
Oh, wait a minute.
I've been listening to Art for years.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about him like he's in the third person.
Well, he was gone for a little while, and I missed him very much.
Well, he was, and he missed being here, too. But listen, just for the record, I'm Art. This is Art.
Oh, my God!
No, just Art.
Oh, my God! I got through to you? Oh, my God!
Now, what have I always said, Rose? I've always said I don't have a call screener.
Screeners, yeah, but I usually they say that and somebody else picks up. Oh, my Lord!
Rose,
Art! Oh,
yes,
my God!
yes.
I love you,
Oh,
your
thank you.
family. I swear, the day that you signed off the air, I go, no, he's going to be back on. That other radio show was on. I screamed at my husband, he's not on! I sat down and cried. It was like somebody stabbed me in the heart with a knife. I've been listening to you for years.
Rose, you know, you've really got to get a recording of this program. I hope you have joined as a time traveler. And you a copy of it. You know, if you're a time traveler, you can get a copy of the show because
so my husband paid for a subscription.
There you go. There you go. Because you've got to hear your voice, Rose. You've got to hear your voice when you figured out it was me.
I just can't believe it.
Oh, yes, you can believe
my
it.
God! Oh, Art, I love you and your family and your daughters and your wife are just beautiful.
Thank you.
So very much sorry about Mona.
Oh, thank you.
And,
all right, so Rose, what would you like to hear on the show? I mean, what is almost your favorite topic?
Well, I have two of them. One is what's going on with the Earth and the planets, how they're changing, and the volcanoes and the earthquakes. And the other one is UFOs, and I've seen one.
Rose, let me first address the first thing you said. We now have, it'd be a great book title too, but I'm not going to write it. The Quickening. We have The Quickening on Steroids.
The Quickening on Steroids.
That's right. We do. All right. Now, briefly, you said you've seen a UFO. Welcome to the club. Tell me about it real quickly.
Okay. At the time, I was living in Kansas, and I went out to take my dog out, and I looked up at the sky, and the moon and the stars were gone. I ran back in the house, got my daughter, drug her out on the porch, and I hollered, "Look, look." And she looked up, and she goes, "What?" I says, "Where's the moon? Where's the stars?"
Right.
And then my neighbors across the way, they came out of their house, and we were all pointing at the sky. And that thing was dead silent. Massive. So big, so huge.
What about the shape?
It took off with a blink of an eye.
All right,
and
but,
no noise.
Okay, but what about the shape?
It was... It wasn't round like a saucer or nothing. It was kind of like an arrowhead shape.
An arrowhead.
Yeah, you know how an arrowhead is kind of shaped?
Oh, sure.
It was kind of something like that. And it was just the whole bottom of it was pitch black until it took off. And then multicolored lights were all at the bottom.
Multicolored lights at the bottom. So it isn't like not like it was on a rainbow, firing itself off on a rainbow or something.
No, it was like when the thing powered up and took off, there were like these multicolored lights. And my daughter, speechless, I grabbed her and I was shaking her, trying to snap her out of it because she was terrified. All she was saying was, duh, and pointing at it.
Really?
Yeah. So me, some of my neighbors, and then shortly after that, we moved here.
Rose, is there anything that makes you think that it was, from somewhere else?
Well, I don't think we have anything. I mean, this is a huge trailer park that I was living in.
Right.
We got nothing that big. Nothing. Was
it silent?
Dead silent. Not a sound.
Dead silent. That's true.
No noise of any kind.
All right, Rose, I got to go. I want to mention one other thing that's really been bugging me every day since we did this. Remember how I said that what John Lear said to me long ago about going to the darkness instead of the light? He said, the light is a trick. Go to the darkness. That's been with me for years. The guy planted that in my brain, and it won't go away. And there was, likewise, something the other day that was said that I cannot shake it. Do you remember he said that a lot of 4-year-olds, we had a doctor on discussing 4-year-olds, and they say things that sometimes blow people away. About other lives and that kind of stuff, right? But that's not what got me. What got me was, he said, 4-year-olds sometimes tell stories about levitating. Now, that one really, really hit me, because I remember about that age, I'm sorry, but I remember levitating. I remember being able to float. Now, maybe it is something just psychologically indigenous to a 4-year-old. I have no idea. And maybe even fly. I remember, I think, flying, but I know for sure I remember levitating. And somebody said that on a show a few days ago, and it just has stuck with me, remembering it. I wonder if any of the other rest of you, all of you, got hit the same way. All right. I got this from somebody. First of all, Roswell's Art, longtime fan, good to have you back. Always, of course, right? Yesterday, I stumbled upon a thread on Reddit detailing what I must say is the most incredible set of stories I've ever read. A man identifying himself as a search and rescue worker in an unnamed national park area. Many of these stories now are similar to the ones told in the Missing 411 series of books, which I'm sure you are familiar with. I am. Stories of mysterious disappearances, strange entities in the woods, among others. But here's the one that got me. Strange staircases now are seemingly appearing from nowhere. Staircases, really? All search and rescue park rangers staff are told not to talk about them and never to go near. So I was enthralled. Many other people have chimed in to corroborate the story, including Native Americans, hikers, and others. I think you should check it out. It's incredible. So I'll just put that out in the ether, and if any of you know anything about strange staircases appearing in national parks, then I want to hear about it. The following is from Jason Offit, and it's called When Shadow People Attack. And since he brought it up, I can't resist. The first thought that crossed Stephen Painter's 5-year-old mind was that someone had broken into his house in Bury, Great Manchester, England. Around 1986, my mother took me around the local estate to her friend's house, says Painter. I believe she'd been burgled because her kitchen, her entire kitchen, was covered, and I do mean covered, in big black handprints, almost animal-like. Well, I didn't say anything about the obvious black handprints, not until later. I mentioned the incident to my mother, what I saw. She looked at me and said, "Nothing on the wall, Stephen." Now, he didn't know how that could be. The prints were there. His mother's friend said she saw the shadows in the image of the dark faces on the walls. His mother was immune. There was nothing on the wall from her point of view. From that point, dark images have followed Painter. The animal-like prints he saw when he was 5 have now turned into entities. I've seen a big black mess with red eyes always at my door, he said. The Hat Man always in the background, and typical shadow people just like our shadows on a sunny day. These typical shadow people have become so commonplace to Painter, he's given them a nickname. He calls them Joeys. He sees these Joeys mostly in his dreams, and the dreams are violent. Every time after this that I've encountered these beings, I've always been in a sluggish state, able to see my body in bed, he says. I've always been chased. They've blocked my doorways, tried to scratch or make physical contact with me. Doctors have told Painter these dreams are caused by some kind of sleep disorder. These situations are like an out-of-body experience, he says. I see myself in the bed. In fact, at 16, he dreamt he was outside being chased through the garden into the house and onto his bed that started to envelop him. I woke, but I couldn't move. I felt I'd just run the London Marathon. I had a cramp in my left leg. More recently, though, he's been discovering physical marks. I have actually awoke, usually feeling like I've been active all night, muscles tense, aching, even fingers hurting. He said on 2 occasions I've had scratches on my side, my right side, always after an encounter. During his encounters, Joeys are always the ones to approach him. The Hat Man simply stands in the background watching. None of these encounters, however, equal what Painter calls the attack. It was around 3 years ago. I went to bed as normal, got my usual pre-attack buzzing, and I fell asleep, says he. Next thing he knew, he stood at the side of his bed, looking at his body, lying next to his then-girlfriend, his eyes frozen open. I knew instantly what was going on, tried to wake up. I panicked because I never have seen myself like that, and I thought I was dying. Painter's dream turned and saw 3 shadows, entities, if you will, in the room, 2 Joeys and the Hat Man. I'm now confused and scared more than usual. One of the shadow entities lunged at Painter. The other reached out to scratch him. As usual during this dream state, Painter's movements were slow, like he was moving underwater, but Painter, a jiu-jitsu instructor, fought them off. I've never done it before or since, but I went for them, and they put up no resistance. Isn't that interesting? And kind of like the story we just heard. He wrestled with the shadow people. Landing enough punches, they retreated behind the Hat Man. I then turned around, and for the first time, I saw a line, a silvery thread, kind of like a tail, if you will. He thought he was crazy. But you know what? His girlfriend saw them as well. All right, let me go ahead and do this. You remember the other night we were talking about experiences that we've had that we haven't talked about? All right, it was about 3, maybe 4 weeks ago now. And I thought that this subject had been talked to death, and frankly, I think it has. Except I just had the experience, and I'm talking about what I can only call a shadow person. So let me tell you what happened to me, okay? And then we'll get to the phones. I was sitting in my ham shack. That's the place I've got all my ham radio gear and computers and stuff in the house. Now separate from my studio, where I am now. And I had been working at the computer. You know, we talk show hosts do a lot of working at computers because we get a lot of email and guests and producers and everything. And so I'd been staring at the screen for a while, and I mentioned that because I think it might have something to do with what happened. I suddenly saw movement to my right. And I just looked over to the right, and there was a figure there. And I don't mean just, a figure. It was the shadow of a being. It was a shadow of something. And it just scared the you-know-what out of me. And I looked again, and it wasn't there. And I looked behind. I started looking around the room. I looked behind me, and there it was. Boom, there it was, and boom, it was gone. And I was sitting there in shock, and it appeared to the left of me. And I completely lost it, folks. Everybody was asleep in the house, so I'll tell you the truth. I went into where we store firearms and got one. And I went through the whole house. I went through the garage. I went through the yard. I got out my big 5 gazillion candle power light, started poking around with that. It just scared me to death. So I guess I've seen what what else do you call it? Shadow person? I guess. First time in my life I've had this experience. And here's what I think. And I only just think this. When you spend a long time staring at a computer screen, it begins to change your eyes, if not your brain. Haven't you ever noticed that? That when you spend hours in front of a computer screen, something begins to change in you. It's perhaps subtle, it's tiring, but I think there's a change behind just subtle and tiring. I don't know what it is. It may be a different, the refresh rate of the computer screen, or it may have nothing to do with computers at all. It just may be that these things are here. But what the hell are they? I mean, you start thinking about it. What are they? Are these entities of some kind? Are they ghosts? I mean, another person could have seen this and have said, I saw a ghost. Right? I could have as easily come on tonight and said I saw a ghost. But, through the years having talked about shadow people, that's what it looked like. Now, this being had human form, or something close to human form. If there were arms, they were down by the side. They weren't out. But there were legs. Just enough to scare the you-know-what right out of you. It did that. So First to the right of me, then behind me, which was really freaky, and then to the left of me, and then I was so far out of there so fast. Whatever it's worth, I don't know what these things are, and I doubt anybody actually can document what they are, but now I know they are. I did shadow people many, many years ago. What was it, back in the late 80s, 90s? So I remember the reports, I remember the drawings, I remember the descriptions, but I sure as heck never expected to see something like that. It was I almost don't want to say human form, but it was close to a human form. That's the only way I can describe it. It was not solid. You could still see something through it. Maybe that added to the terror of it all. I don't know. But it utterly drove me nutty. So now that we have open lines, what is on your Aussie mind?
So I have a little story for you about one of your favorite topics, and that is red eyes.
I know
how much you love red eyes.
Yeah, don't call it a favorite topic. It's. I really don't like red eyes. Glowing red eyes are creepy. Anyway, go ahead.
A few weeks ago, my daughter came running into my bedroom in the middle of the night, and she was screaming that there was a monster in her room. So, I bolt upright in the bed and I try to calm her down and I try to usher her back to her room. And when we're on the way down the hall, she sort of says to me, the monster had red eyes. And Art, I stopped dead in my tracks because I graduated from the Art Bell School of the Paranormal. So I know that red eyes are bad news. And I didn't want to shatter any illusions that my daughter might have that I'm some indestructible superhero. So I bravely soldier on and continue on to her bedroom. So I open the door, I enter the pitch dark room, and as I gaze towards the closets, I think I actually let out an audible yelp, and my heart just absolutely sank because staring across at the other end of the room were two little red eyes.
Oh, God.
Well, Art, if I wasn't frozen in place with fear, I would have turned tail and bolted and left my daughter for dead to fend for herself. But then I realized that we didn't have an encounter with a red-eye monster, and fortunately for my daughter and I, the red eyes belonged to the little oil heater that we had bought for her the week before. So, look, I might not have actually had the experience of having a red-eyed monster, but I certainly got the fright and the fear that would come along with an encounter such as that. So,
the part that got me is you might have run and left your daughter for dead. Oh, Jasmunda. Buddy, thank you. I got to go.
Goodbye.
Hi. Left her for dead. Ay. Yeah, red glowing eyes. No, thank you. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Open lines. Whatever you want to do, bring it on. There. Let's start by going to the islands, all the way out to the islands, to Hilo, Hawaii. Hello. Hello, Hilo. I think I've done it right. Yes, I have. Hello, Hilo. Hilo. Are you there? Let's try it again. Now you're there. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How's Hilo?
Hilo, actually, we're on the Hamakua coast, but
just boring old paradise, right?
Yeah, we got a storm coming our way.
Oh, you mean like a hurricane?
No, it was a hurricane. Went up to a Category 4 at one point, right?
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Yeah, it's breaking up, though. It's going a little south, but we're going to see some effects tonight and tomorrow, I'm sure.
A little bit of excitement in paradise.
Absolutely.
So what's up?
Well, you know what? You know, this HAARP stuff is going on quite a bit. I want to ask Art about what he thinks about that. We've been getting chatter. We've been hearing chatter about this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is it you want to ask Art about?
HAARP and CERN.
Whoa. Okay. Well, I can start with HAARP. All right. I can help you out. You don't need Art for that. The deal with HARP is it's being turned over to a university, if you can believe that. The military's saying, okay, we're done. Here you go. University, you take it. That's what's going on. So you don't need to talk to Art for that one. What's the other one?
Well, we got some new videos that have been coming in to us in regards to the HARP issue. And, yeah, obviously, is it still going on as we speak? I don't know. There's a lot of, crazy videos and photographs that we could share with Art.
Really? Well, Art knows quite a bit about HARP. What do these videos show that he doesn't know about?
Well, are you aware of the bullwhip lightning shot that just was pretty much went viral last month?
I think I've seen it. Bullwhip lightning shot.
Yeah, it's like a bullwhip lightning. We broke the news on that. We interviewed the guy that shot it.
Wait a minute. Wait. Who's we?
Third phase of moon.
Oh, you're a third phase of mooner. Why didn't you say so?
Oh, thought I'd say it when I was asked.
What phase of the moon are we in right now?
We're in the third phase of moon 24/7, actually.
No, I know you are and your group. I meant, what real phase of the moon are we in actually right now?
Well, tell them what third phase of moon means. Well, third phase of moon, yeah, I'm not quite sure if we could tell you the phase of the moon at the moment. We don't keep an eye on that, but it does. It does arrive.
I heard you leave the phone. You were trying to look outside, weren't you?
No, it's still light out here, and actually it's raining, so we don't have a good look at the sky.
I see. Well, it was a good try anyway.
It was, but third phase of moon describes old Hawaiian legend, and that is when the night marchers come out on the night of the Huakai Po, which means the phase of the moon.
I see. Well, okay. I'll tell you what.
We shared this new video that just came in last night, and it looks. I think it just blow the audience away when they got to look at this.
You think so? Okay, I'll tell you what. You get that one to Art, and then next time you call, I'll put you on with Art.
Sounds good. So when should that be?
Well, anytime Art's doing open lines.
Okay, so what? Send this video out.
Send it. Here, I'll give you his email address. It's artbell@artbell.com.
Artbell@artbell.com.
Right.
All right. We'll send it over. Give him the heads up.
I'll do that.
Hey, appreciate it.
No, he's right here. So, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Craig, you're on the air. How's your mind?
It's hanging in there, Art.
Good.
My first Skype call. How am I sounding?
Just like you're right here.
Excellent. So I've had the strangest experience I've ever had in my life in August, and I thought maybe you could give me some feedback and let me know how to proceed. Have you got a minute for a story?
Sure. But I mean, even before you tell it, I can tell you that you don't have long to live.
Well, that's kind of the gist of the story, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I read minds, and that may make me a hybrid, but go ahead.
Okay, so and it is so nice to have you back on the air, and that was a very, very scary show last night.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of quick background about me, so that this little experience will make sense. So I'm in my 50s. My daughter is in her 20s. She has no children. I have no grandchildren. One of my hobbies, I have a little fleet of kind of vintage motorcycles and classic cars, all in various states of disrepair that I drive around during the summer.
Probably all over the yard, right?
I've got a big warehouse that I put them in, so they're not sitting out getting rusty.
Okay.
But, and I've always told her, look, when I'm gone, you can do anything you want with these cars and motorcycles. The only thing is I've got this 1931 Model A that's been in the family since the 50s. My dad and I restored it. Please keep that. And then I've got this little 1972 Honda XL250 that was my first big motorcycle, and it is just like in showroom condition. So those are the only two that that I'd like to see stay in the family.
Yes.
So during the summer, I like to get up early and before I go into the office, and I'll stop in at Starbucks with my planner and have a cup of coffee and get ready for the day, usually between 6:30 and 7. So second week of August, I think it was the Wednesday, the 12th, I am sitting in Starbucks having a cup of coffee. I've ridden my little Honda 250 down in that morning, and a fellow comes in and he says, "Hey, whose little Honda is that outside?" And I said, "Hey, it's mine." And he said, "Hey, I've got one, that's just like that."
Mm.
And so he comes over to the table and he stands there and we chat for a few minutes. And you know how sometimes you just run into somebody and you just have this rapport with them. And this guy looked like he was maybe in his late 20s, early 30s. And we talked about cars and motorcycles. And in this short conversation we had, he also mentioned, he said, my grandfather left me a Model A and this bike. And I said, "Oh, that's a coincidence because I've got a Model A as well." And I'm thinking, God, I had to get to know this guy.
Guy is my soul brother. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody that that gets their hands greasy, and we can work on these vehicles together.
Yes.
So we talked for a few minutes, and I've about I was going to go get a refill, and my cup is empty. So I stand up by the side table and I said, "Hey, can I get you a cup of coffee?" Because he hadn't gone to get one. And he said, "No." He said, "I don't have much time." He said, I really need to be going." He said, "But I need to tell you something." He said, "And I know this is going to sound crazy." He said, "But and I can't tell you how I know." And it was really weird. And he started to get all serious, looking right in my eyes, and his tears started to well up in his eyes. And he says, "Do not go to Alaska in October." And I probably go. I'm a geologist. I go work all over the western U.S. and I go to Alaska 5, 6, 7 times a year. And I didn't have a trip planned, but and I kind of laughed. And he said, "I can't tell you how I know this, but I just need to tell you, do not go." And and tears were in his eyes, and he reached out and grabbed around me and gave me a big hug, and he whispered something while he was hugging me, and I was so kind of taken aback. And you know how sometimes when you hear something and it takes a little while I didn't understand what he said, and he let go of me and said, "Remember that." And he turned and strode towards the door, and I saw him go out the door and past the windows, and I sat there for about 10 seconds processing, what did he say? And suddenly it came to me. He said, "Love you, Grandpa." And
oh my God.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
And so and it's like I took off out the door and around the corner, and just as I rounded the door around the corner, I kind of saw this flash. And it was, it's like 6:45, it's early in the morning, and and it could have been like the sun glinting off a windshield or something, but when I came around the corner, there was no one there, and there weren't any cars, and it's like 250 feet to the next doorway, and there was nobody there. And I'm a scientist, and I don't know how to this flash could have been, like I said, the reflection, and this guy it could have just been a coincidence, and maybe he was messing with me, but
doesn't sound like it to me.
I don't know. So what do you take from that, Art?
I don't know. Are you going
experience?
Did you go to Alaska?
The reason I'm calling is yesterday a proposal came across my desk for a project in Juneau for October.
Oh, I don't think I'd go if I were you. I would take that literally and seriously, and I wouldn't go.
So, and I'm almost tempted to just to see what would happen.
Well, you remember at the beginning of the call what I said, right?
Yes.
Don't go.
Okay, so
and if you do go, well, I was going to say call me, but that chance might not come up.
But anyway, very strange experience. So, all I've heard about time travel is you can only go forward, you can't go backwards.
Oh, what do we know about time travel? Come on.
Yeah.
Really. If it comes to pass, I would imagine going in either direction could be certainly possible. And remind me again, what did he whisper to you?
He said, "Love you, Grandpa."
Have a good night, sir, and trust me, don't go to Alaska. That sounds serious. That was a whale of a call, wasn't it? How many of you, hold up your hands, have heard of numbers stations? Well, that's a fair amount of hands. Numbers stations are used by, well, spies. Typically, they appear on shortwave frequencies. All around the shortwave band, you can hear them, and there'll be some lady saying 61, 7, 18, 4, 30, 32, and, you know, it goes on and on like that, droning in a sort of a boring voice. What those actually are codes to operatives in the field way out there somewhere, other side of the world. Yeah, it lives on from the Cold War days. Now, having said that, there is a frequency which is no secret. It is 11,175 megahertz. And on 11,175 we have SAC, the acronym for the Strategic Air Command, the guys who carry the big bombs. Now, this is a well-known SAC frequency where planes communicate with base and each other and what have you, and it's done in plain English. What I'm about to play for you was recorded by a shortwave listener, and I don't know who it is. It's on Reddit. You can investigate this further. But they claim they recorded it on 11,175. If they did, then it's pretty chilling. This, if it's that frequency, this would be coming from SAC to I don't know who. Now, the person that recorded it missed the very beginning, which in the very beginning just said, to all stations, alert all stations. And then this is going to seem strange to you. It's not numbers, but it's clearly a code transmitted on the SAC frequency. And at the end, it's going to be hard for you to hear. I grabbed the wrong recording, but he says, collapse out. That's the call sign, collapse. So listen very carefully. And also one other thing for you to note as you're listening to this, you're going to hear a little tiny echo. And that echo is the signal going all the way around the world. That's what's producing the echo that you're going to hear in this recording. So you're not going to make anything out of it. It's a code, but what's it doing on a SAC frequency? Here you go.
Clap, break, Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, standby. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, standby. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, standby. Message follows. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, Foxtrot, Paul, Uniform, Oscar, Alpha, Whiskey, Oscar, Hotel, Sierra, Kilo, Foxtrot, 7, Quebec, Bravo, Alpha, X-ray, 4, Golf, Foxtrot, 5, Uniform, Bravo, Foxtrot, Kilo, 5 Vegas. Quebec, Sierra, X-ray, Delta, 5, Oscar, Foxtrot, Paul, Uniform, Oscar, Alpha, Whiskey, Oscar, Hotel, Sierra, Kilo, Foxtrot, 7, Quebec, Bravo, Alpha, X-ray, 4, Golf, Foxtrot, 5, Uniform, Romeo, Foxtrot, Kilo. This is collapse out.
There you go. That was it. And he said collapse out. And then you heard a couple touch tones designed to trip something. Perhaps to turn the radio off on the other end. I have no way of knowing. But if in fact, and again, I didn't record it. It was recorded by somebody on Reddit. But if in fact it really was, as they advertised, 11,175, then that was a little chilling. Beyond that, I have no guesses for you about what you just heard. I'm married to an alien line, I believe in New Orleans, Louisiana. Hello. Hello there. Are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are there. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to you for a second, but you must not have heard me. I was talking to myself over here.
Yeah, sorry about that. You're in the New Orleans area, right?
Yes.
Married to an alien for real?
Yes, I actually am.
Okay. All right, let's go through this. I mean, when did you realize that your wife was, well, one of them?
Okay, well, you see, here's the thing. You don't really, okay, it's not like I married a gray alien from the sky that she crash landed and it was like E.T.
I know. I know. Listen,
yeah.
According to Dr. Jacobs, they look absolutely normal.
Well, here's the thing. This is more normal, not the whole Marion part. I mean, well, that's normal too, but there's a lot, I'd say about 30% of the population, more or less, tears or aliens, It's been going on forever, Art. And the fact of the matter is that I ended up marrying one, and I found out after the fact. I mean,
in other words, you think she was converted after you married her?
Well, here's the thing. She's nice. I'm not going to say my wife's name, Cynthia.
No, don't.
Sorry.
Well, you just said it.
Gosh. Okay. Anyway.
Do you want to terminate this call before you get in trouble?
No.
All right. Then tell me about her.
Okay. Here's the thing. She is a person. She acts like a person. She's a hard-working woman. She has a great job. She is a person. Fact of the matter is the type of alien she is. Her species sends their kind. I'm trying to say the right nomenclature, down to Earth, and basically in human form, but spiritually, and it's not like appearance-wise, but spiritually, the soul, the brain, the inner workings, the inner tubing, if you will, that's all alien.
The inner tubing? That is what you said. You don't have to get any more graphic than that.
Yeah.
The inner tubing.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I'm trying to speak radio lingo.
I'm starting to get scared. Inner. Yikes.
Yes, but this.
Don't give me any more on that. That's enough.
Okay. They're not here to invade the planet. They're not here. It was basically originally to save their species. You've heard about the alien abductions where, people were abducted and guys, their seed was taken from them and stuff like that, and it was to help save the species. Well, this was the same. This was another route to help save the species. The only difference is it started out as an experiment, and then, of course, once you have people here, once you have the aliens here, they begin to breed, they begin to populate, the bloodline goes down. I mean, Art, you might have alien blood in your veins for all we know. And I know my son does. And my son looks just like me and not like her. But
well, you would have to say your son certainly has alien blood in his veins, right?
She is half alien. Her mother is a human being. Her mother was actually born in Oahu, Hawaii. her father
sounds like the
just
president's story.
Yeah. Her father is just like her.
Yes.
He, alien on the inside, human on the outside.
Right.
But her uncle and I believe her grandmother, who I haven't met, is actually from another dimension. I can't even pronounce the name.
Okay, how does this, if you don't mind, how does this manifest in your wife? What is it you notice about your wife that makes you even believe this?
She bleeds green.
She does what?
She bleeds green.
She bleeds green?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yes.
Like light green, dark green, shocking green?
Or like, it's like the baby food green color, you know what I'm saying?
God, Gerber green.
Yeah, you don't want to, so that's why I tell her not to pick roses with thorns and stuff. You don't want the green blood coming from the fingers and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. I asked her, and I joke around all the time. I asked her,
well, that's no joke. That's no joke.
I joke around and ask her if she could take me back to her home planet. It's no joke. It ends up in fights all the time. And
sure it does.
And I mean, I don't even know if she has a birth control. I mean, even by saying this right now,
maybe she doesn't even need it. Well, she does. I mean, you've got a son, right? It is by her.
I know. I mean, if Trump becomes president and hears I'm actually not actually married to an illegal alien from outer space, who knows what he's going to do,
Well, I'll tell you this, you'll have to fill out one hell of a lot of paperwork.
Well, look, here's the thing.
It's hard enough getting my bride here from the Philippines. You try it from another planet or galaxy, and any idea where she's from, by the way?
It's way at the SAR system, way out. You know God, what's that one star called? The big red one.
Mars.
Canis Majoris.
Oh, that's a star. I'm sorry. It's so even past Alpha Centauri, way out there.
Yeah.
All right. So I've got to leave the line, but bleed green, my God. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Can you imagine that? Gerber green. From the high desert, it just keeps coming. On Skype, I think it's Misty.
Hi, Art.
More than
How are
Misty.
you?
Misty and her husband.
No, just me.
Just you.
Hello.
I could have sworn I heard a man's voice.
Oh, well, no. No, I'm not married and live alone.
Okay, in that case, I would look around very carefully right now and make sure that there's nobody there.
Okay, you're scaring me now.
Go right ahead.
So I wanted to tell someone, or a lot of people, I guess, that would believe a story. I've told this story before, but always to like family members that are non-believers.
Okay.
But when I was 13, I started having memories of an abduction experience
really?
that happened to me and my family. And when I was about 4 or 5, and the memories were traumatic and came back over about a 2-week period of time. And when I talked to my parents about the particular situation that I remembered, they validated that these folks were at our house that got abducted with us, and they validated some things, but they didn't remember the spaceship or any of that. And let me tell you this story really quick. I woke up to a bunch of commotion in the house. There was a younger couple that had been, my father was in the military, and this couple's were in the military as well, and they'd been playing cards when I got sent to bed that night. And so I woke up to a bunch of commotion, my dad hollering, just yelling and screaming coming out of the living room. And I come out of the hallway and I look, and my dad looks at me directly in my face, and I could tell that he forgot about me. The front door's open, everybody's leaving and scrambling, and he's like yelling at me, get out, get in the car. And we go out, and my dad has a Malibu, which he confirmed that for me later because I didn't know that at the time. But we got in the car, and he used to race stock cars. also as a side thing that he liked to do.
All right.
So we all jump in the car. The younger couple is in the back seat, and I'm in the back seat with him. And my dad tries to start the car, and it won't go anywhere. And they all know what's going on. And the only thing I really know at that time is that I wanted to take something from my bedroom or from the house with me, even though I didn't have it. I had wanted to, because I wanted to prove that this time that it really happened. So I think that it happened before. But I don't remember it before. I just know at the time I knew it had happened before. And the car wouldn't start, and the guy in the back seat says, let's get in my car, Ray, you drive. And so my father and we all scramble, and they have a little Volkswagen, and we scramble in, and I'm in the back seat again, and I'm sitting in this younger couple's lap pretty much, and Dad tries to start the car, and the car won't start.
Right.
And then everybody but me, just all the yelling and everything just stops. Everybody just turns off. And my dad gets out of the car, and then my mother gets out of the car, and then the couple that I'm on their lap, they're just like leaving me and bouncing me out, off onto the seat as they get out of the car. And I see my mother walking around the car, and I just really wanted to go with her, so I get out of the car and I start to try to follow her, and she's not there. And I look and I see my father's feet lift up off the ground, and he just starts floating into the air. And I look up, and my mother is very close to this huge spaceship that I can't see the sky. It's like above our house. And
So you're saying they were in the middle of being abducted?
Yes, and I was still on the ground, and I could see all of them going up into this ship. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was a ship. I mean, it was just little, I didn't understand. I wasn't afraid. I did want to go with my mother, and I was having some anxiety about that.
Of course.
And then all of a sudden I felt these, like long fingers go around my waist from behind and lift me up off the ground. And I turned to try to see, what was behind me. And all I saw was if you could imagine what a astronaut's helmet would look like, only it was like reflecting. That's all I saw was like that mask.
Gotcha.
And it was reflecting. I could see it reflecting.
All right, we don't have a lot of time, so what happened?
It touched me with something cold on the back of my neck. And that was it. The next thing I remember, I woke up in my bed, and I was just beating the heck out of my neck trying to wipe this cold thing off.
And your parents were back?
Everybody was there. Yeah, everybody was there, including the couple that were asleep in the living room on the couch, which was like, that wouldn't have never have happened, but they were there. And my parents remembered that they were there the next morning as well.
And nobody remembered any of this experience except you?
They remembered that my dad had some car trouble, and that the couple that was there had car trouble, and they said that's why they spent the night.
Wow. If I were you, I would go and get myself hypnotized, I think, and try and find out if that's the truth. I mean, it's possible that as a youngster you formed some kind of memory that wasn't real. I'm not saying it's a false story. I'm saying that it may or may not be a real memory, but if it were me and I had a memory like that, I'd sure as heck want to know if it was real. So there is that. Let us go to Jesse. Hi, Jesse.
Hi. Oh my gosh. I've been listening to you for so long.
Really?
I'm calling in because I have a story about getting kicked out of the astral plane.
Really? Were you out of body at the time?
Yes, I was. When I was in high school, my last 2 years of high school, I really started getting into doing like astral projection.
I mean, I can understand getting kicked out of high school. I can understand getting kicked out of a lot of things, but the astral plane, my goodness, what did you do?
Well, I went to this place, and I was just called it the cathedral because it was a cathedral.
Right.
And I went in, and I found this office at one point, and there was a big, like, black window behind this desk.
Yes.
And if you sat in the chair and you turned around, you could you could see stuff,
Like what?
stuff that you would have no idea knowing.
In other words, you're saying like you were in a different place?
I'm sorry?
It's like you were in a different place?
It's like you were, it's almost like a scrying kind of glass or something.
Yes.
Because you could ask to see something and you'd see it.
Okay, got it.
And then you could verify it once you were back in your body.
All right, so pray tell, what did you do to get booted from the plane?
I'm not really sure, but I went into that office at one point, and there was a man in like a charcoal gray suit with just brilliant blue eyes and white hair, and he turned around and said, "You're not allowed to be here anymore." And he like snapped his fingers, and I haven't been able to get back.
Well, I guess that's kind of sad. I guess you feel like you did something wrong, but I'm sure you did not. Maybe you just had a real
really
grouch.
Surprising, I guess, because I'd been there so many times, and it was just, I don't know, it was unexpected.
And so you've never been able to get back?
Correct.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you very much for the story. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you imagine being able to get away to the astral plane, virtually at will, as she described, and then, I don't know, suddenly not being able to? Bummer. Jack on Skype, you're on the air.
Roswell, Art.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. I'm a Skype virgin. I just figured out how to do it.
A Skype virgin.
Yeah.
The rest of you is now gone forever. Anyway, welcome.
I guess so. What I wanted to relate to was a small story, and I don't know if it has anything to do with paranormal or not, but it had something to do with spirits and experiencing one.
Well, that sounds paranormal.
Okay, I was a neighbor to an elderly couple. They were very good friends of mine.
Right.
The elderly lady developed Alzheimer's disease, which was sad. And her husband always had a hard time, explaining who he was to her, things like that, because he would forget.
Right.
One day I was just working out in my garage, and she was sitting on the porch, and I was testing the stuff I was working on, and I'd go back and I'd see she was still sitting there, and time throughout the day she was still sitting there. So I finally went over to find out what's going on, and she said, "Well, I'm waiting for my husband.
Yes.
I'm going to go out to breakfast. And what's taking him so long? Because I've seen you sit out here." "Well, he's just getting ready." And she didn't realize how much time had gone by. So I went into the house to see what was going on, and I looked all over the house for him, could not find him.
Right.
I said, "Are you sure he's in the house?" And she says, "He's getting ready to go." And I finally decided to walk into the master bathroom.
Yes.
And this is where I know for sure that there are spirits and souls.
Because?
The minute I walked through the frame of the door, I felt him go straight through me, and a tingling feeling all around me, and I pulled back the curtain in the shower, and he had died of a massive heart attack and slumped over in the tub.
You know, sir, I've heard so many stories like that. That's really something. That is freaky. And I've heard people say I was over my dying grandfather or something, and he died, and I felt his soul go through me. And so you really did feel that, huh?
That made me a believer. The minute I walked through the door frame of the bathroom, he was there waiting until his wife was found and taken care of before he left.
Man, what a story.
That's basically what I put together from it.
Gotcha. Thank you so very much, and take care. Wow. This is why people believe in this sort of thing, because it does happen, and it happens again and again and again and again. So, yes, after a while you begin to believe that there are things beyond our physical, material existence. There are. And that's why we do the show. Those are the big questions, the really, really, really big questions. Don't you think? Outside the country somewhere, Peter.
G'day, Art. Peter in Bendigo.
Yes, sir.
This is a story that I experienced I had about 17 years ago. I was at my ex's place.
Yes.
And I was trying to get to sleep. It was a very hot night. I had a fan at the end of the bed, and it was making this usual noise that they do. And but I could hear a whispering noise also, and I was really annoyed because I was trying to sleep. I had to get to work early the next day, and I could hear this whispering noise, and I intently listened to it more and more, and then I could understand it was actually something speaking to me. Mm-hmm. And I heard something say, "Peter, get up," or get out," or something like that. And I think it was "get up." And so I went out to the hallway. I was really frightened at that point. I thought there was some sort of warning. And so I went out to the hallway to check on the kids. Mm-hmm. And I looked in one of the rooms, and I saw that my stepdaughter seemed to be sleeping okay. So she was okay. So I went and checked on my son. He was fine. So then I checked the house, and I checked the doors to make sure everything was closed.
Sure.
And I still felt a sense of danger, so I went back to my stepdaughter's room, and I just checked on her a bit further to see if she really was okay. And I noticed that she wasn't actually sleeping on her back. She was on her chest was slipping between the wall and the bed. And she was slipping down between the wall and the bed.
Oh, God.
And she was basically suffocating.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, so I pulled her out and put her back on the bed, and she sat up in bed, and she had one eye open and the other one was closed. And she sort of went into some sort of fit and breathed very rapidly. And I asked her if she was okay, and she nodded and said she was okay, and she seemed to roll over and go back to sleep. I pulled the bed out away from the wall so it couldn't happen again.
All right, you saved your life. There's no question about it. And isn't it amazing, this sense of dread, this sense of danger that you felt that wouldn't go away until you got to it?
Yeah, and it wouldn't let me sleep.
Right.
I couldn't sleep before that.
Trust
and when
me.
I went back to bed,
I know.
I was able to sleep. But when I woke up the next day, I told my ex about it, and she said she just stared at the ceiling for hours after that and couldn't get back to sleep herself.
Boy.
Because it frightened her so much.
Yeah. That's a precognitive warning, and they're absolutely real. Thank you so much for that call. You saved a life. He saved a life. And I believe every single word of it. I've had precognitive experiences. One. And I know what it's like. It's not something you can ignore. It's like something that washes over you again and again and again and again, and it will nag at you and won't let you do anything else until you take care of it. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to our Scot-Free line, the real one, and say hello. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Millie.
Hi.
And I'm calling about another automobile one. That was strange.
Okay.
This was back when I was a teenager. You know how teenagers love to cruise? Well, we had a car full of kids.
Right.
And we were cruising down the road, and this was daylight, and all of a sudden this truck comes out from a parking lot, and he's going to make a left, and it's a divided road, so it has an island in the middle, and he stops, and his rear end is right in our lane, and there's a car on our right-hand side, so we couldn't swerve over. I wasn't driving. I was in the back seat. There's about 6 of us in this car, and so we all saw it coming. We knew we were going to hit that truck.
Sure.
His rear, the whole back end from the back wheel well out was sticking right in our way. And at first, it was so quick. We all just kind of went dead silent, and we went through it. Honest, we went through that truck. And
so this is like a Scot-Free paranormal story.
Yes. None of us really know how. We talked about it for.
I actually have heard these stories before, and so I believe you. You actually went through it.
We went through the back of that truck, and everybody was dead silent when we did it. And we had a bunch of guys in the car too, girls and guys, and when it was over, once they collected themselves, they all started hanging out the window, yelling at the guys who were going down the road.
When it happened, when you went through it, did you feel anything?
I was scared. It was almost, I was actually kind of almost looking at it from above the car there for a second. You know, kind of like I could see the road and we did.
All right.
And we were all talking about that. It was just so strange.
All right. Strange indeed. All right. That's a paranormal Scott Freeze story.
Again, let me tell you, Art, answer the wild card line. My boyfriend is in a small plane north of Las Vegas, ready to fly into Area 51. He's been trying to call you by cell phone. And here he is. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello there. Is this Art Bell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, my name, I won't give you my last name.
Okay, wait a minute, sir. Hold on. The fax is signed by somebody named who? Jill. That is correct. So you are the one.
That's my girlfriend.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
Well, I'm up here from Fort Worth in my little airplane. It's a Longsea I built myself. It's a Vergru 10 design with the Ford Canard. I'm not sure if you know the kind. It's an experimental aircraft.
No, I'm not.
That, but not anymore.
No, tell me about it. What kind of airplane is it?
Well, it's a Long Easy. It's got 120 horsepower like homing in it, but we had it bored and stroked and fixed it up a little bit. It usually flies around 140 to 160 indicated airspeed. I'm right now at 7,000 feet. You know where this place called Indian Springs is?
Indian Springs, yes.
Yeah. Well, I've been flying now for about 49 minutes here between Beatty, is that what you call it, and Indian Springs. And I figure I'll just go on up here and try to get into this Area 51. I'm right south of this Nevada test site, or Nellis Air Force Base.
Listen.
And I'm right outside this restricted zone.
Listen to me. When you fly into that zone, they are going to either force you down or shoot you down. Don't you know that?
Well, you know, I've been in a lot of Air Force bases, and I've been in the Air Force for many years. I'm an ex-Air Force, but I'm just going to tell you that, you know, as American citizens, we have the right to know what's up there in this Area 51. And I've been listening to you boys talk about this. Hold on here, I'm making a turn. Just a second here. And I'm going to go on up there and see what's going on. And I just wanted to let you know about that before I do that, don't you know?
How long do you estimate it's going to be before you...
I figure about 12, 14 minutes. I can crank this baby up a little bit here. Let's do that. Let's crank this thing on up. We've got some pretty good mountains here off to my west, don't you know? I'm turning up north right now, and I can see the Air Force base out there in the distance. It's got 3 runways. It looks like they're all lit up. And A-shaped. It's like north-south. Got a lot of desert up here, don't you, boys?
A lot of desert, yes.
A lot of desert.
You're liable to get yourself killed.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak so loud. I cranked this engine all the way up here.
I said you're liable to get yourself killed.
Well, we'll get up there in a few minutes, yeah, and we're just going to see what's going to happen, because this is I've got Red Crosses painted on this baby, and I got hospital on it, see? And maybe they're going to think that I'm on some kind of a mercy flight and I'm just off course. And I've got the radios cut off, so you can have radio failure, don't you know? And so I'm going to hold this thing steady here about around 65, 6800 feet.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm American. My family has been American for years, and I want to get down in here and I want to find out what's happening.
All right, then why are you doing it at night?
Because that's the best way to get in here.
But even if you manage to overfly the area,
I'm in the restricted zone. I just entered the restricted zone. I see a bunch of lights out there. Looks like some kind of a searchlight coming on.
You're in the restricted zone now?
I just crossed that restricted zone. I'm going to drop this baby down.
I'm telling you, you're going to get shot down.
Hold on here now. I got my pressure suit on. I don't really need one of this kind of aircraft. It's not like a jet, but it helps to, when I make some tight turns here. And I'm going to cut down here. Now, let's see what these boys are going to do. I don't see anybody coming up here yet. I just see a bunch of lights. But I'm pretty far from that Area 54, and I'd figure about another 8-9 minutes here. And it's hard to calculate it right now, trying to talk to you. I'm trailing an antenna out here about 30 feet so I can keep this phone conversation. If we get cut off, then, but I'm going to go up here and see what's going on. They say there's a bunch of UFOs and there's all kind of things out here. And I want to get this baby right down here about 1,000 feet. And we're going to see if there's any UFOs or anything out here, what's going on.
Listen, I think you're making a mistake.
Well, sir, I might be, but, our tax dollars pay for all this. And these boys, they've been hiding everything under all this black project and all this great funding and all this kind of thing.
Sir, hold it. Don't you think that we have a right to national security secrets?
I think we have, not really, because they have these J-11 and J-15 satellites up there, and the Ruskies, they know what we're doing, and the Chinese, they've got satellites down here, they know what's going on. The only thing that don't know what's going on is the silent folk like me and you, and us common folk got a right to know, because we're funding all this.
How long have you been planning this?
I got this thing down here about 1,000 feet. I've been planning this thing now. I'm right on the deck, not quite on the deck, I'm at 1,000 feet. Boy, they got light bulbs popping up everywhere. I'm telling you, they got searchlights. There's about 4 of them out here. And I've been planning this now for, anywhere from a month to 6 weeks. It took me a while to paint up the plane because I had that Imron, the only thing but stick to this gel coat I got on this thing. This thing's built out of Kevlar and carbon fiber. I got it dressed 8G positive, 10G negative. It's overbuilt. I tell you what, I want to get down here and firm like a little frog that's been stepped on by a big dog when I get down here. In a few minutes here, I'll tell you that. Because I'm not going to... Hey, looks like there's a F-16 coming up here.
I wouldn't be surprised. You're making a mistake.
There's sampling somebody down there. He's got some afterburners on because I can see him. He's about 5 miles out. That old boy is cranking. Yes, sir. And I see something opening up here on the ground. I'm pretty low now. I'm starting to pick up all kind of buildings down here. I see something here is level with the ground, and they're opening this thing up. There looks like something's coming up out of that. I can't tell you what it is. It must be on some kind of a. Hold on here. I gotta make this turn.
All right.
I think this old boy's gonna head up here for me.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, he's going to be up here right directly because he's in the F-16. Sure as hell. He's coming to hold on here.
I would advise you to turn your... I would advise you to turn on your radio.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We can do this now. Come on here. Hold on. This old boy's coming up here. Now, he's got his lights. He's got his lights on and he's flashing me.
Yeah, he's probably...
All right, I'm waving at him. No radio, no radio. No radio. He don't know that.
Well, if I were you, I'd turn it on.
Folks are listening to Art Bell because everybody listens to Art Bell.
Well, maybe if you're making...
I gotta get the
You're making a bad calculation because if they're not listening, you're going to be shot down.
I don't know what he's going to do here. He's rocking his wings at me right now. He's rocking his wings and he's cutting in front of me. And you know this, don't cut in front of me now, because if he cuts that close, stay off. Stay off. He gets his vortex from his engine, from Pratt & Whitney engine. We're going to, just like twin tornadoes, if he gets too close, stay off, bro. Hold on there. I'm getting down on the deck. I'm going in. I'm getting down there. He ain't going to get me. I bet them veterans ain't going to get me there. They didn't get me over there. They're not going to get me over here now. Looks like some kind of rail gun coming up out of that elevator, that flat area over there that the doors opened up. It's got some kind of a weird-looking barrel on it with a light. And, oh, hell, they're doing something. They're shooting at me now. Oh, God. No, baby, I'm going in. I think I'm going in.
Well, I'm not sure what we just heard. All I can tell you is I got a fax that read, Art, answer the wildcard line. My boyfriend is in a small plane north of Las Vegas and ready to fly into Area 51. He's been trying to call you by cell phone. I withheld the signature at the bottom of the fax so I could be sure that if I did get the person, I could verify it. Indeed, it was signed by Jill. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Just fine.
I'm from Gulfport, Florida.
Gulfport, Florida. Okay.
Yeah. All the way across the continent from you.
Yes. It's a little continent, though, now.
Well, that's true, especially nowadays.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you about something that happened in about 1977, 1978.
First person to you?
To me.
Okay.
At the time, I was working at O'Hare Airport. I was working security there. It was my first job. And I was living in Chicago with other roommates.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all guys. That way we didn't have to worry about, doing laundry and stuff. You know, everybody's stuff was all over the place and we didn't give a care. So, I worked late nights.
Communal trash.
Yeah, basically.
I think I've got the picture.
Typical bachelor pad, I worked late nights predominantly. But one night, it was Halloween night in, like I said, 77 or 78. I worked in the evening from 4 to 12. And when I got home, now these guys, the other three guys had been sort of dabbling in the occult. They'd gotten a bunch of books on demonology and stuff.
Oh my!
Yeah,
your roommates were doing this, huh?
Yeah, they were doing that.
Now that's a red flag right away. Didn't that worry you a little bit?
Not really, because I have my own beliefs, and I'm not really that.
I mean, you weren't worried about ending up on a sacrifice altar some night with the three of them staring at you?
No, not really.
All right.
These guys were a little bit nuts, but they weren't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would like to think that I would have...
What is your first name?
Eric.
I mean, Eric, they would be looking down at you saying, Eric, we gave you every opportunity to join us. We really wish you had. But now we need you for a higher purpose. And then there would be this long, jagged, twisted knife. You know how that goes.
Oh, yeah.
And at any rate...
Ritual sacrifice.
That's right. So none of that was true.
No, none of that. But I came home and I found that they'd gone into the basement. In our section of the building, we had exclusive use of the basement. And I came home and I looked around and I didn't see them anywhere, and I happened to notice that one of their books was out on the table. So I went down looking for them in the basement, and they'd gone ahead and made the protective circle of sanctified sand, and
yes,
they had the pentacle on the
pentagram
floor on the inside of the circle of sand,
mm-hmm.
and one of the guys was doing some sort of a summoning, attempting to summon a demon.
Yes,
and like I said, I'm not exactly the most believing individual in the world. I've got my own religious beliefs, but the demonology in that, I sort of...
That's okay. Here they were, trying to summon up something with big teeth and
right in the middle of it, I made the comment, if there is a devil, give us a sign.
Wait a minute. That makes you part of it,
Well, yeah, I guess so, but at the same time, I was being a sarcastic little schnuck.
Peer pressure, I guess.
Well, no, I was being sarcastic.
So you said, fine, if there's a devil, let's have a sign, and what happened?
Well, inside the basement, far corner, was a footlocker. Okay, old World War I wooden footlocker.
Right.
And inside that footlocker was a radio. It's funny, you'd mentioned the transistor radio earlier.
Right.
This was a transistor radio. It had been in a fire. It was one of the other guys. It had been his brother's, and he had stuck it inside the footlocker after it had burned. Why, I don't know, but he did. And it was one of those things where the Foot Locker itself was damaged. Nobody could get into it without destroying it because his younger brother had gone ahead and pulled a practical joke on him and stuck some super glue in there.
Yep, that'll do it. All right, so we've got to get to the punchline here.
The key had broken off. Nobody could get in.
Right.
That radio had not worked in I don't know how long. And immediately after I said, give us a sign,
yes,
that radio started playing.
Well,
she is a devil woman with evil on her mind.
It started playing that.
That's correct.
Do you understand the implications of that for your soul? That's a very nice laugh you have, but I'm being very serious. Do you understand?
I understand what you're saying.
Are you ready for the ride?
There won't be. There won't be.
Uh-huh.
I know where I'm going.
Do you? Have you ever been in an elevator in like a 50 or 60 story building and, you press the down thing and it's like you lose some of your weight and you can feel yourself lightening up as it goes down?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, that's nothing compared to the ride you're going to take.
Well, maybe.
Just having fun with you. But that is not good. You do not, particularly in a situation of a circle of safety, protection, a pentagram, 3 other guys, ask for a sign from the devil, and then obviously get one and not be somewhat concerned about your ultimate destination, and it won't be on a L1011. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Art?
All right.
Hey, I finally bought your book, The Quickening.
Congratulations.
Upon arrival back home from work, I had to get some milk and candy for Halloween, so I set the book on the porch table. When I got home, it was gone.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I live alone. The next day, I overheard a neighbor telling another neighbor if he'd heard of Art Bell. Damn jerk. But
so he took your book.
I think he did, and I'm bent on revenge now. But
well,
I got a story here for you.
All right.
My story happened in Canyon City, Colorado. I was going to school at a religious school.
Yes.
And every weekend I'd go to this nativity shop a couple miles down the road for this, just for something to do for the sake of diversity. One day in particular, I passed a farm that had a flock of sheep, and the little buggers were kind of cool. I'd never seen sheep before outside the realm of TV. So I observed a sheep was standing in the corner of the fenced-in area.
Are you a city boy?
Yeah, I am.
Must be.
And I observed a sheep standing in the corner of the fenced-in area as still as a statue, while the entirety of the other part of the flock was stuffing their face in a typical sheep-like manner.
Sure.
A couple of days later, I saw same thing, flocked together, munching, strange statue-like sheep on the other side of the field, not eating. So the next week, the same thing, but this time that rancher was there So I asked him, why the statue-like sheep was so weird. Did someone clock it in the head or something? It's the darndest sheep, he said. That sheep won't eat in the daytime, only at night. I said, bizarre. He said, you can say that again. It's so scared of others. It's also scared of other sheep, but product is product, and that's what counts. I said, that's for sure. So that one night I was coming back from the party, and I was walking by, and I could see a lone sheep, the lone sheep eating it or chewing in the moonlight. All the other sheep, needless to say, were sleeping, but I couldn't see the sheep put its head down to pull up grass or hay. What's going on here? It was kind of it was weird.
You mean it was eating in midair?
Yeah, it was eating in midair. It was totally bizarre. I couldn't understand it. So one evening I had just purchased some night vision goggles on the black market for a tidy price, tidy in the sense that it was cheap. I thought I'd walk by the sheep again that night. I looked through my goggles as I was approaching the sheep to test them out, since it was absolutely dark and there was no moonlight that night to speak of.
Yes.
Looking through the night vision goggles, I had to check my goggles thinking they might be lemons because of what I was seeing. I tried again, and there it was again. The sheep was stretching out its neck, standing on its hind legs. There, to my absolute amazement, was this neon green image of an upside-down man holding his hand high, apparently hand-feeding the sheep. And around him were other people walking upside down with an occasional neon image of what looked like dogs.
Wow!
Yeah, this is totally bizarre. I sat there and tried to keep my composure for several minutes until I couldn't help myself. I picked up a rock and threw it at the neon image of the upside-down man feeding the sheep. The rock hit the sheep instead that he was feeding, and the upside-down man stopped abruptly. He looked over my way, apparently spotting me. Yeah. He made some hand gestures to the others that were walking around him, and they all disappeared. When I took the goggles down to start running, I saw several baseball-sized red dots coming at me. I ran as fast as my feet could carry me, somehow lost them hiding in a combine. I stayed there for about 3 hours with an occasional red dot passing by. After about 3 hours, I got out of the combine and ran, like you would not believe, back to my dorm in complete terror.
Of course. Moral of this story, never throw stones at ghosts.
And it's true, too, Art.
I appreciate the story, sir. Thank you. What a remarkable story. And so the sheep, only eating at night, fed by spirits, up on its hind legs, reaching as its... Oh, man, what a story. That was great.
Taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Here once again I am. Here's a little jewel for you. Dear Art, this evening on Los Angeles News, there was a report from Northridge, the place where the earthquake was. Several pet dogs were basically skinned, all their hair pulled out, and the reproductive organs removed and taken. No suspects yet. Somebody is suggesting satanic worshipers. Great. And that leads very nicely into this next little ditty. You're going to love this. It is from the state of Washington. and I've got some response to it since I read it several nights ago. Dear Mr. Bell, please, sir, you must listen to me. I have met a vampire on the internet, and for the last few days now I've been afraid to sleep because of what might happen to me in my dreams. It appears this vampire is using the net as a way to meet its victims. It also appears this particular vampire doesn't drink blood, but it does try to seduce you so it can steal your body for one of its demonic friends. On the night this all happened, I was so scared that I locked up the house, got out a white bar of soap, and marked all my windows with crosses. Here is a transcript of what occurred on the internet. It is 2 pages and double typed, so I'll be able to get through it here quickly. I was in this chat room, a kind of cyber singles bar located on the web. I was contacted by what I believed to be a female who introduced herself as Claudia. She told me she was a vampire, asked me if I wanted to chat. First I thought it was some kind of stupid joke, so I agreed to chat. She sent me a description of herself. Here we go, right? Told me she liked to dress up in black skin-tight spandex bodysuits with black knee-high, high-heeled leather boots and black leather gloves. She described herself as looking as if she was 17, but then actually she was much older. She said she had white, almost pale-colored skin, long dark hair, big brown eyes, long slender legs, and a small oval face. Sounds cute, huh? I asked her if she was going to suck my blood or something, and she told me real vampires don't do that. She said that if I wanted her, I mean really wanted her, that I would give her my soul. I said, okay. She said that tonight she would come to me in my dreams, and that tonight I would be a king. She also told me if I wanted it, that she could come to me in any form, male or female. I told her I loved women and that she would do just fine. She said that tonight I would journey to the other world. She said that tonight I would be king. Tomorrow I would be one of them. She told me the land of the dead and the world of dreams are one and the same. I was then told to remove any religious symbols or pictures and Christian Bibles from my room. I was told that, if possible, I should leave some access to my room open. I was also told that she had some problems going through doors, windows, and walls. I was even told that the sex could be 10 times better if I would just take the time to break an egg into a small bowl and then urinate on it. I was told I should sprinkle some urine on my feet before I went to bed at night. Yuck. I was told that the bowl was supposed to be placed at the foot of my bed. The egg and urine were supposed to be some kind of offering. I was told the offering was being made to its Tuksamen, whoever that is, Tuksamen. She then promised me the best sex I'd ever had. She told me my orgasm would last forever, that when I awoke I'd be in another world, a world of magic and dream. She told me that this new world was also known as the etheric plane. She told me when she came for me, my soul would leave my body. She said that once I was in her arms, she'd break the fine silver cord attached to the top of my head, and that my body would be given to another, someone much stronger. Finally, she said that the other name for this person, this Tuksamen, was the soul sucker. That's it. Then I received these. Art, remember a few shows ago when you read a fax on the air, said that it was from someone who said they'd met a vampire on the internet somewhere on IRC? Well, I'll tell you, I've been hunting for her because I want to ask her some questions. And I won't do anything to get myself, quote, in trouble, end quote. Yeah, right. Believe me. Well, that guy said her name was Claudia, and I went into a vampire room and asked someone if they'd seen her. They have vampire rooms? Anyway, he said he spoke to her yesterday. Maybe it's the same Claudia or not, but I think it is, and I'll keep you posted. By the way, That night when you read the facts, I really couldn't and didn't want to sleep. It was kind of frightening to me. And then this. Your listener who sent the account of the internet vampire is indeed doomed. This particular vampire is an incubus or succubus, a sexual predator who steals souls from unknowing individuals, draining them like the classic vampire. Usually, they can be warded off with any religious symbol as long as the faith of the user is strong. In other words, a cross won't work if you don't believe in God. I hope Dominique in Washington is well. So, there you've got it. The old, the ancient, the occult moves to the new, the amazing, the enveloping internet. Truly a marriage made in hell. I read the internet vampire story a few moments ago, and now I have received this. Listen now. Arthur, I've been away for some time now, but I returned tonight to hear you speaking of Claudia and her exploits on the Internet's IRC channels. I fear the harm has already been done, but I sincerely hope, if you read this to your audience, it will help to curb some of what is certain to occur. Our friend Claudia is indeed an immortal. I think she calls herself a vampire simply because there are so many people, especially on the internet, who are fascinated with vampires. Now, see, I didn't know that. She uses Claudia because that is the name of the child vampire in Anne Rice's novel, Interview with the Vampire, which has been recently brought to life in the form of a movie. I just have to say to all of those people who have heard your show that what Claudia and her type are doing is purely evil. And by reading that letter, not only have thousands of victims been lured to the vampire rooms on the internet, but many, many of Claudia's kind are now aware of the grand pool of victims present there as well. Indeed, as you have undoubtedly surmised, there are a great deal of immortals who listen to your show. Yes, I know that. Please, to all those listening, do not fall victim. You will lose your soul. As some callers have previously stated, religious symbols will protect the faithful. However, there are immortal predators that are not affected by that sort of thing. Whoo!
Well, listen, one more thing about that 9-mile hole drill.
Yes.
Now, look, I think that it's kind of silly. Maybe I'm not a geologist, and maybe it would be to your advantage to maybe contact, talk to listeners and see if any geologists are out there. But in my opinion, if you drilled 9 miles down and you came to a pocket that was 2,000 degrees,
yes,
you're talking about molten rock.
Virtually, no.
And aren't you going to create like a volcano? I mean,
you are asking me questions that I can't possibly answer.
Well, I mean, I know that when they drill it for oil, and they hit the pocket of oil,
yes,
it shoots those drill bits right up out of that hole.
Oh, it does.
And the oil follows it.
I know.
And there's so much pressure.
That's correct.
Now, what I'm thinking is...
But they didn't mention in this story pressure. They mentioned a horrid little being that came flying out. Then they mentioned the drill bit turning wildly, and they mentioned a high temperature. But they didn't mention pressure.
But they also mentioned that they lowered a microphone into it.
That's right.
Okay. It's a pretty long extension cord. But anyhow...
Not unreasonable. I mean, it could be done.
Okay, but now I'm thinking there's going to be...
And maybe... And one other thing, sir. Who says they lowered the microphone to the final depth? They may have just lowered it... in other words, they were hearing sounds, right?
Yeah.
And so they may have lowered it just low enough to get the sounds.
Okay, and granted, I mean...
I don't know.
I mean, I have an open mind, and which is one reason I enjoy your show.
You've got to admit what you heard, if you did hear it earlier, did you?
Yes, I did.
Pretty awful.
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of special effects on TV, and
it could be that. I don't deny it. It could be.
It could be, and I'm willing to accept, either way.
All right. Look, I appreciate the call. Let me, for the sake of the audience that joined since midnight, I'm not going to read the full article about the 9 Mile hole. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to read the email that I got last night, along with what I received. This horrendous sound. Now, I've got a clean copy of it now, and I warn you, this could scare you. Here's the email. Dear Art Bell, I just recently began listening to your radio show and could not believe it when you talked about the sounds from hell tonight. My uncle had told me this story a couple of years ago, and I didn't believe him. Like one of your listeners who discounted the story as nothing more than just a religious newspaper fabricated account. The story about the digging of the hole and the hearing of the sounds from hell is very real. It did occur in Siberia. My uncle collected videos and audio tapes and so forth on the paranormal, supernatural. He passed away fairly recently, but he would have loved your show. He let me listen to one of the audio tapes that he had on the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. He received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. It took me a while to find it tonight, but attached is that sound from my uncle's tapes. It's not the greatest quality, but the sounds are there. I was very hesitant to send you this, as the sound bothers me to listen to. I'd suggest that if you do play it on the program, warn listeners in advance so they may have the option of turning the radio off for 30 seconds while it plays. It has always haunted me. To those who discounted the Siberia sounds from hell story, it is true, and I, for one, wish it wasn't. Rick, listening from Chicago. And so I submit now the cleaned, a better copy to you, and I warn you, what you're about to hear is very disturbing indeed. That's it. I'll let you come to your own conclusions, as I usually do. My Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharged.
I started getting...
Well, this was certainly interesting. We are now on a backup system, everybody. A backup system. And that one caller that I had on the air, I guess we were about in the middle of his transmission, his telephone call, which was one of the strangest ones I've ever had. And the entire transmitting system by satellite went down here, and we were notified we were off the air. And it would appear to be from this end and some sort of massive transmit failure. So we are now using a backup system to be on the air. And not that I would normally believe this kind of thing, mind you, but I can't help but wonder if somebody zapped us in some way. We'll find out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Arbel?
Yes.
What just happened there with the transmission?
Oh, well, what happened is the transmitter here blew its cookies in some way. Something knocked us off the air, and we're on a backup system now. And how far into the conversation was it when it went off?
Just a couple, about 15, 20 seconds, I'd say.
Oh, you guys missed, you really missed a call then, and I've got a feeling somebody didn't want you to hear it.
Yeah.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hello. You didn't disconnect me before, did you?
Were you on earlier tonight?
No, not, towards the end of the last hour, you said, East of the Rockies, you're on the air, and your voice was immediately replaced by the operator saying, your party has not connected.
Oh, well, see, as you can now tell, I don't screen calls. So what happened, obviously, was that I answered the phone just at the very instant that you had been ringing as long as they were going to let you ring.
Yeah.
And so that occurs, obviously. Sometimes I go to a line and it's dead and nobody's there, and that's what's happened. You know, we're on the cusp there. Anyway, I'm glad you made it back through.
Yeah, you got all my paranoia buttons running. I always get very nervous when I call you. I'm Brian. I hung up on you last week.
Oh, I see.
And I just figured, damn the torpedoes. I'll just do this and let the chips fall where they will.
All right.
Everybody, I am the Area 51 caller. That's my statement, and let you or whatever tear it apart.
You claim you're the Area 51?
I am the man.
How do you account for the fact, Area 51 caller, that part of the way through your spiel, the satellite went down?
I have no idea, and it scared the heebie-jeebies out of me that night. I've called a number of times on your specialty line nights doing different, kind of wacky characters, and that's all that one was supposed to be. And if the call had been completed, it would have been ancient history by now.
Has it occurred to you, as Barbara Marx Hubbard suggested tonight, that perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation and took down my satellite?
That scares the heebie-jeebies out of me, because it means that what I was saying was somehow correct, and it was fabrication, kind of
creating a reality.
Yeah, if that was the case, I humbly apologize to you, because I love your show, and the last thing I would ever want to do is
knock me off the air.
So what can I do to prove my claim here?
Well, I guess you could you could give us a little of what you gave us then so that we could hear it and know it to be you?
Are you sure you want me to do that, Art?
I'm positive.
Don't, Art, please. I don't want you to ask me to do this. If I start doing that guy, Okay, okay, what we're thinking of as aliens, Art, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharge. I guess you could give us a little of what you gave us then so that we could hear it and know it to be you.
Are you sure you want me to do that, Art?
I'm positive.
Don't, Art, please. I don't want you to ask me to do this. If I start doing that guy,
You're right about that. Now, let's just take that little sample that you just gave us so that we don't alter some sort of hard little reality here at the end of the program, and we'll let the callers be the judge.
Okay.
All right?
I thank you for this opportunity. This has just been driving me bananas for months, and I didn't know what you wanted me to do. I knew it was very difficult for me to prove to you. But I just thank you for your patience in dealing with me up to this time.
All right, it's quite all right. Thank you. Fritz in Phoenix, as a matter of fact, called and said, oh, yes, that's him. Somebody else said, oh, no. Now he has done his little Area 51 caller IMO, or the real thing, depending on what you think. And so we'll leave it up to all of you. That is what you think.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, Art.
Hi.
Your fellow listener doesn't want to live in a concrete bunker. I live in one.
You're not going to dig a hole? Oh, you already live in one.
Walls are 4 feet thick, and I have a steel ceiling, heavy gauge steel ceiling.
What is it? Why have you done this?
I haven't. I bought this place.
Well, nevertheless, I mean, you've acquired it. So my question to you is, what are you expecting?
I wasn't expecting anything. It was just an inexpensive place to live at the time.
Huh. I mean, for what reason was it originally built?
I think it was a bomb shelter. It was built back in the 60s.
So you bought somebody's bomb shelter?
I guess I did.
Well, so how is it living in a bomb shelter?
You can't hear nothing going on outside.
I'll bet.
But
I mean, how is it from a day-to-day living point of view? Is it like anywhere else except just, you know?
I live here in the Midwest, and I have to run a dehumidifier constantly to keep the moisture out from the inside of it.
Yes. Yes. Well, you're ready for anything, I guess.
I guess. We had a storm here about 2 weeks ago. I stepped outside. It looked like a tornado had run through the neighborhood.
Don't you worry a little bit about flooding?
Well, the water in 1993 was 4.5 feet deep inside this place. I mean,
Yeah.
It doesn't really bother me. I mean, the water isn't going to hurt anything.
No? I mean, haven't you furnished your bomb shelter with, the normal
Well, it's
stuff? I mean,
furnished like a regular house.
well, 4.5 feet of water would really disturb that.
Not with concrete floors, concrete ceilings, or walls. I mean, it's fortified.
I've never talked to anybody who lived in a bomb shelter before. That's pretty cool.
The whole front of it faces toward the south.
Was it real expensive?
No, what I paid for it wasn't real expensive. Nobody else would live in it.
No, huh? So, if you woke up one day and, what do? Is it like a submarine door to get your steel opening?
No, it's got a regular door on it, but it's got one of them garage door type deals on it that's heavy steel. You can roll it down.
It's a blast door.
Yeah, that's what it is, I guess.
Oh, my God. And so how long have you lived in this?
I've lived in about 5 years now.
Uh-huh. And how do you like the life? I mean...
Well, other than never being able to look outside and see the outside, it's not too bad. I mean...
If you woke up one morning and you opened your blast doors and you looked outside and it was obvious an incredible Holocaust had occurred and there was nothing but ashes up there, what would you do?
Probably just shut the door and say the heck with it.
All right, thank you very much. You remember the bomb shelter days, everybody? That was kind of like going under the desk in a way, I suppose. If there was an all-out nuclear conflict, I'm not sure that any bomb shelter would be sufficient. None at all. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hello.
I didn't expect to get through.
Well, you're through.
I'm through.
Yes. Are you an Antichrist?
I am I'm set up to be the Antichrist.
What does set up to be mean?
Well, I can tell you my past. I can tell you the future. I'm not sure I can fit them both in.
Well, that's all right, I guess. We would like to hear about whatever you have to say, but what makes you believe that you are the Antichrist?
Well, I guess I just have to speak from personal experience. Back in 76 and 77, I predicted a number of things for the U.S. Domestically and foreign policy-wise and the world, which all came true. And
well, that doesn't make you the Antichrist. That just makes you precognitive.
Well, let me put it this way. There is only one. There's only one. It's Christ. It's Antichrist. And some people are going to recognize, I guess, me to be either one or the other, but probably not. There's going to be a little bit of both. I can tell you what my future is going to be if you want to know what that's going to be about.
Are you telling me that you are the Antichrist and the Christ, one or the other, or both?
Both.
You're both?
Well, I'm set up to be that way.
What kind of terrible life must you lead, being torn, almost a dual personality?
No, it isn't. No, a very pleasant one right now.
The savior, the anti-savior. You're going to end up ripping your own guts out.
No, well, I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to be tortured to death.
Are you?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Do you know how? Do you know the manner of the torture?
Yeah, sharp objects.
Pointy stuff?
Pointy stuff, yeah.
In our society today, where we argue about how we're going to put people to death, you're going to be tortured with pointy stuck?
By sort of like biker guys. I may volunteer for it, or I may be forced into it. I'm not sure.
If you are the Antichrist,
yeah,
then it's really going to be bikers that society is going to have to thank for poking you to death. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to rise from the dead after that.
Damn.
Yeah, unfortunately for you.
Me personally?
No, I'm not going to be that bad, I don't think.
It sounded that way. That sounded a lot like
I'm not. No, I don't mean you
promise.
Personally. No, I don't mean you personally at all. I'm not. What I have to say about the future, which eventually I'm going to be.
Well, we don't have a lot of time, so you better spit it out, Mr. Whichever you are.
Okay. Well, it's going to be for everybody. I'm going to be on TV, hopefully, nationwide, maybe worldwide. I'm not sure. It's going to be a special presentation. It's going to require some magic, like moving mountains, like...
so you're going to move mountains to prove to the world on television that you're who you say you...
That I'm Christ, or Antichrist, whatever. And then I'm going to get a TV deal going.
A TV deal? Listen, I've got a break coming up. Do you want to hold on through the break?
Sure.
Okay, stay right there. Moving mountains, that'd be good. That'd get believers.
I used to be a rolling stone, you know. If the cause was right, I'd leave to find an answer on the road. I used to be a heart beating for someone, but the times have changed. The less I say, the more my work gets done.
Day turned black, sky ripped apart, rain for years lit dampened my heart. Cracks in the leaves, the floorboards collide. About to go down, I'd almost forgot. All I got to do is to love you. All I got to be is be happy. All it's got to take is someone to make it blow away, blow away, blow away. All I got to do is to love you. All I got to be is be happy. All it's got to take is someone.
Good morning. I got so stuck on this song when I first heard it. It's like I must have been out of the country when it became a hit. And it just rolls and rolls through your mind. It's one of those songs you get stuck on.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295.
All I got to be is be happy. All it's got to take is someone.
You know, just sort of a simple, silly love song that's nice and a happy song. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM, and we are doing something special tonight. It's open lines all night long, except for 2 lines. Here are the rules for those stations joining at this hour. I have an Antichrist line open for those of you out there who believe you are the or a Antichrist. You see, that there could be many. So far, most calling have claimed to be the actual Antichrist himself. Although I have one on hold here who claims to be both the Savior and the Antichrist. He's not really sure. Anyway, the Antichrist line is area code 775-727-1222, the first-time caller line. Nobody else call that line but Antichrists. And we have a time traveler line open. And that's 775-727-1295. All others use the toll-free lines or the international line, if you're an international person. That's the deal. And other than that, it's open lines, and we'll talk about anything you want to talk about and just do whatever you want to do. Believe me, this song will come and it will haunt you, and you'll hear it in your sleep until you're going out of your mind. All right, here we go. Back into the night, and back to my caller who claims to be, it's kind of confusing actually. He thinks he's the Antichrist and the Savior, or possibly just one of the above, and he's not sure which. And I understand that's a dilemma that you could have. At any rate, you say you're going to be on TV, you're going to have some sort of TV time on a big network, and you plan to move mountains, right, to...
One mountain twice, maybe once if I can do it. Is all the will generated from this?
Oh, mountain moving is good, sir. It's really good.
I've seen it done once.
Mountain moving is really convincing. Almost any American person seeing somebody move a mountain would be
Art, the will created by this torture to death.
You mean when they torture you to death with the sharp things?
The will within me created. I mean, it's something that I participate in. It's something my father participated in.
And you're not even really sure who your father is, are you?
Well, I know he's got the same name as I do.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, in terms of the big guy up there.
Yeah, he's not a heavenly father exactly. He's a pretty earthly guy, but very elegant, he approaches things with a plum.
Elegant? Armani suits elegant?
Pardon me?
Armani suits type elegant?
He wore a suit while he was working, yeah.
Yeah.
He was,
I have a feeling Daddy may be not who you hope it is.
He was an ordinary guy. He was a very honorable gentleman.
Was he?
But he not anything like I am, but I'm going to be.
In other words, he honorable. He keeps his deals, and he expects those people that he deals with to keep their deals, right?
His word is his bond. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I love him. I love him dearly. And
well, give me some quick idea of how long it could be before we could expect to see the mountain move.
Well, I don't know. Probably sometime this year, I think.
This year.
This year, possibly early next year.
I knew it was getting close.
Yeah.
Everybody out there knew it was getting close.
I don't count. That won't be the only thing, but I'm telling you, the will generated by this being tortured to death within me, the will I will have. I mean,
You got any idea what an entire set of really good Ginzu knives can do in skilled hands? Huh?
I don't want to think about it.
All right. Well, yeah, it's better you don't think about it. Anyway, that man was not sure whether he was the Antichrist or the Savior himself. He does say he's going to be tortured to death with sharp things, whatever.
To Monroe, Louisiana, I believe. Hello, on my strange line. Hello?
You talking about Monroe, Georgia?
Georgia, yep, Georgia.
Hey, Art. This is probably a little closer to your form of things, but I have a weird addiction that started about 5 years ago.
Did it start slowly, or did it come on all at once?
Slowly, because pretty much me and my wife split up, and instead of me going to some of my older addictions, I discovered ham radio.
That's a good addiction.
And when I say the addiction, I mean it does get in the way of my personal finances. I am now addicted to building 10-meter amplifiers.
10? Is that 10 or 11 meter?
Let's just say 10.
Well, let's say it, but I think you mean 11.
Well, you know, if it works for 10, it works for 11.
Well, yeah, there is that. I mean, generally, not always. Some manufacturers put something in. By the way, I'm hearing myself in the background. Some manufacturers put in something special so that those 11-meter guys can't use 10-meter amps. You know that, right?
Right, so it won't work on AM.
Can you say treetop tall? I know you can.
Well, you know, I can't help it. I mean, it's so bad that my own mother has seen me while I was asleep, literally building and soldering with my hands up in the air like I'm actually building an amplifier. And the only reason I hadn't got into the ones with, you know, multiple output filtering, because I just hadn't got that good yet.
So tell me, sir, the world of CB these days, has it become more polite, or has it descended into post-apocalyptic chaos?
If you want to get to the polite, you go over to up above channel 40. And,
all right, I can't honestly talk to you in all good faith. My brothers out there are listening.
I know. but I have a love for both areas of the spectrum. We'll just put it that way.
All right. Well, get a license. That's what I would say. Become a real ham. Join us. It'll be all right. Kind of like the guy told me about Windows 10. You will become happy.
Let's go to our special line. Hello there.
Hello there.
Hi. All right.
Oh, wonderful.
You're obviously calling for one of four reasons.
What are my reasons?
Well,
I might have had an ulterior motive here.
Really?
Yes, I did.
You mean like sneaking in on a line that you weren't supposed to call?
No, I couldn't remember what numbers I was supposed to call, so I pushed the redial from last night before last. And it rang, so I said, hot diggity. I hope I got the right line.
This is bad because this is, well, I mean, I can test you if you would like.
Okay.
You may qualify under one of these possibilities.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the weird addiction line. Do you have a weird addiction?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got that for sure, and it's about you. I'm addicted to your soothing voice every night, and also hearing the temperature of the rest of the country out there as they call in and talk to you.
All right. Hold tight. I'll come back to you because you sound like a good guy. I'm Art Bell. Hi, on the phone. You're on the air.
Oh, good. Wonderful.
Back on the air, actually.
That's wonderful. Art, I wanted to take you back about 4 Lundstroms, back in the day where we did a lot of faxing back and forth to you.
I remember that.
Oh, Lord. We had you bouncing around the Radio Shack one night, a handful of us out here in Radio Land. And it was when we were first talking about remote viewing and stuff like that, and you were adamant to the fact that you just were not too sure about it. It just, and then one caller called in and said that he had remote viewed you there in your little radio.
I remember this, and I found something that I had lost, and I'll be damned.
No.
Yes.
One.
Well, that was one.
Okay, it may have been. But the one that I was involved with is I sent you a fax real quick because I could never get on my telephone line. I could never call you.
Right.
And so I sent a fax as, okay, you pick an object, set it on the desk or on the shelf in front of you, and let us fax in pictures. We'll draw them up by hand of what that is. Mm-hmm. And you looked around, and then you found what was a picture of you inside a special, I forget the frilly type frame, like a metal frame that's all...
That's right.
You remember that one?
I do.
And so I drew it up real quick, and I sent it to you. And the only thing I messed up is I was sure Ramona was in front of you at a lower level.
Yes.
And I included her. And then 4 other people sent in the same thing.
That's right.
They didn't
I remember.
Frames.
I remember.
And you were bouncing all over the room. It was so good. I was just thrilled. The wife was she was bouncing in the bedroom with me.
And there was one just as big as that, sir. I had lost something. I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't a tool, and somebody said, open your closet, look in your toolbox, and I'll be damned if it wasn't there. I forget what the item was now, but it may have been my keys or something that I had lost, and it was there. So blew me away. That still doesn't mean that, I'm gulping the Kool-Aid, but it does look like there's something to it.
Well, I've done this since I was a kid, and one of my favorite things is you take a few bounces down the road, and all of a sudden you're elevated and you're flying, and that is just wonderful dreaming. Fly anywhere you want to go, and so when I started listening to you, I would just be so into listening to what's going on. I would find myself standing outside the window of that Radio Shack looking at your house. Oh. And then one time I got over in the corner. I think you got a monitor mounted up there now or something.
Kind of creepy.
Looking down at you. And it was just so cool. And so one time I went over to a 2-day thing in Las Vegas where Ed Dames was teaching this stuff.
Yes.
And I thought, I'm going to get really good at this. But I didn't like the way he taught it, so I left after the first day. But I thought, you know what? I'm going to take and come home because I live over by Sacramento. I'll come back through Death Valley and I'll detour through Pahrump and see if I can't drive straight to where you live. By golly, I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to see your big antennas and all that stuff.
Yes.
And those antennas. You said you had about 440 or something like that volts on them?
Almost 400 volts, yes.
Well, is there any appreciable amperage there?
Not a lot, but there's enough. It could be. I've got to go, sir.